Catcher, number 5, Quint Landis. Batting third, the DH, number 26, Evan Slight. Batting cleanup, the third baseman, number 8, Kai Moody. Batting fifth, the center fielder, number 14, Raylan Holmes. Batting sixth, the first baseman, number 34, Omar Vilos. Batting seventh, the right fielder, number 12, Marquise Jackson. Batting eighth, the second baseman, number 15, Anthony Torrielis. And finally, batting ninth, playing left field, number 7, Gordon Richardson. Starting on the mound for your Owls, number 29, Braylon Jones.
Just on the off want to get spicy with a Roman camera. Can you plug that into 4?
You'll be missed, Holden. We're right back. Still, you'll be missed.
Still.
Yeah, I'm surprised you have the long sleeve option of no clothes.
I mean, that shirt was super thin.
It's way easier for baseball than soccer.
Yeah. Do you have to
Good afternoon and welcome in for this twin bill on this warm Saturday here at City Park in Fort Collins. Brendan Price with you, a doubleheader between the Rocky Mountain Vibes and the Northern Colorado Owls. Northern Colorado will look for the series split today after the Vibes took both legs of the doubleheader, 12-4 and 13-6 yesterday afternoon here at City Park. Game one, the Vibes opened up with an early lead as we'll step aside for the national anthem. On the other side, we'll get you ready for first pitch here this afternoon in Fort Collins. National anthem behind us, 7 innings here, game one of this doubleheader. Braylon Jones will get the start for the Owls today, wearing their win stripes once again. The 24-year-old right-hander looking to bounce back from a rocky outing in Colorado Springs a week ago. And sometimes you got to get the butterflies out in your first start of the new campaign, and the right-hander with the 4-pitch mix will look to do just that here this afternoon, as the 4-seamer, the cutter, the knuckle curve, and the changeup. The starting lineup this afternoon for the Rocky Mountain Vibes, who come in with the best record in the Pioneer League, 8-1, and in first place by a half game over the Idaho Falls Chuckers. The Vibes, Carter Booth will lead it off in center field. Kellum Clark in right field will bat second. He had 4 RBIs in game 2 of yesterday's doubleheader. Will Butcher, the DH, will bat third. Dane Topland in the cleanup spot at third base. Gary Laura will bat fifth at first base. Sam Linscott starting in back-to-back games. He'll give Stephen Wilmer a rest day out in left field. Austin Chenard doing the catching and batting seventh. Garrett Kieber, the shortstop, will hit eighth. And Tristan Garcia will bat ninth at second base. Talk about the twin bill sweep yesterday for the Vibes. Game one, it was a 13-6 scoreline. The Vibes picked up a 7 spot in the second inning. They led 9-6 after 2 innings of play. And from there, the offense was held in check in the middle 3 frames by Noel Soto, but taking advantage of Soto and Zach Hill down the stretch were the Vibes, who picked up 4 more insurance runs to walk away with the 13-6 win. Game 2 of the doubleheader, a 2-2 tie after 1 inning of play, but the Rocky Mountain offense jettisoned a couple of home runs over the fence, powered their way to the 12-4 win in Game 2 as you get a look at the right-hander Braylon Jones out on the hill. One of the things that we talked about yesterday, the dimensions here at City Park, very, very hitter-friendly. 335 down the left and right field lines, 352 to the power alleys, and 378 to straightaway center field. And yesterday, for as many impressive home runs as these two teams hit, we did see a handful of line drives that just barreled up over the fence in straightaway center field at 378 and into the power alleys. So certainly something for the pitchers to keep in mind as the throwdown from the Owlz catcher, Quint Landis, will get us ready to start this one off as Carter Booth will lead it off in center field. He had a great day at the plate in Game 2 yesterday. Finished with 4 RBIs as well. The 1 and 2 spots in the order definitely burned Northern Colorado, as the Vibes wearing the navy blue sweaters, or navy blue shirts today. Jones, first pitch fastball. Yes, indeedy. That's in for strike one. And we're underway. 2:01 on this Saturday afternoon. The first pitch temperature, hot. Slider. Booth will wrap that under the dive of Moody at third base. And the no-hitter watch will wait another day as Booth is aboard with a base hit to lead off the ball game. 77 is the first pitch temperature. That seems like a lie. The sun it feels much hotter than that. Maybe I'm just getting acclimated to Colorado. It's only taken 6 years, as Kellum Clark will stand in center field. First pitch from Jones to Clark, swung on and missed. And Braylon Jones works ahead. That was something he didn't have many opportunities to do his last start against the Vibes. That was down at Block Tickets Park. Gave up 12 earned runs in 2 1/3 innings. Jones deals, and that one a ground ball past the dive of Velos at first base and into right field. And Booth will hold at second base. That's the flip side to the smaller ballpark here in Fort Collins. It is not easy and certainly not advisable to try and take extra bases. The Owlz had 3 outfield assists across the 2 games yesterday. Gordon Richardson had 1. Marquise Jackson had 1. As Will Butcher will stand in. Jones misses downstairs with the fastball, falls behind Butcher 1-0. Butcher had a solo home run, his only hit of Game 2 in the doubleheader yesterday. Battled a ball over the fence in left field. And Jones misses downstairs with the fastball to Butcher in the count 2-0. And we saw this with Riley Phillips, the Vibes starter yesterday, who labored to get through an inning in 2/3 that, owing to the smaller dimensions, pitchers might be a little strike zone shy. 3 hopper to McKenzie. He's got 1 play. It's to first, and the throw skips past Velos and to the screen on the first base side. And the E6 will plate Carter Booth. And the Vibes have opened up the scoring. 1-0 here in the top half of inning number 1. And that'll bring up the 30-year-old third baseman, Dane Toffland. Talked about he's a guy that has buckets of Pioneer League experience. His 3rd year in the league. You can have up to 3 years of PBL experience. So this will be Toffland's final year in the PBL. Unless the Vibes use him as the franchise player, as Toffland takes a first pitch strike. Each team is allowed 1 player that they can essentially franchise tag and keep beyond the experience rules, as Toffland lines an RBI base hit to center field. And the Vibes promptly on top 2-0. 4 batters in. That'll bring up Gary Laura, who had the 3-run home run that really was the deciding blow in that 2nd inning in Game 1 yesterday of the Twin Bill. It was his home run that was more dimensionally favorable here at City Park than Four Rivers Equipment Stadium or Block Tickets Park, as the slider slips, misses upstairs for ball 1. Laura taking advantage of the surroundings, flipped that 3-run home run over the fence at the time, made it 9-2 Vibes, and that was really enough of the insurance that Rocky Mountain needed down the stretch. Jones misses upstairs and away with the fastball in the count 2-0. Hitters count to the Vibe first baseman. Early traffic on the base paths against the right-hander, Braylon Jones. 2-0. Up again, Laura will step out and see if he's got the green light here with the way the Vibes have been swinging the stick over the past 9 games. Not sure Les Lancaster would unilaterally give Laura the red light. Could be a yellow. 3-0 from Jones. And Laura will split the gap in right center field. That will 3-hop to the fence. Holmes will leave it for Jackson. 1 run is in. They'll stop Topland at third. It's an RBI double for Gary Laura. And the Vibes jumping all over Jones early in the top half of inning number 1. They lead 3-0. And Laura, as he was in between first and second base, looked like may have struggled a bit as he's being helped off the field by one of the coaching staffs, is Kat Pacheco, the Vibes athletic trainer, also out there. And Alex Adams will pinch run for Laura. Sam Linscott will step in, and just from a flexibility perspective, you can slide Garcia, Adams, and Kieber around the infield and move Topland over to first base if need be. As Linscott will stand in, his first look at Braylon Jones. 4-seamer right down Broadway, in for strike 1. Jones trying to work his way out of danger here. Misses down and away. Evens the count to Linscott. The Vibes center fielder yesterday and left field today. 27 years of age. In his 3rd season in the PBL, had a couple of spells in Glacier, up in Kalispell. 2-1 the count from Jones to Linscott. And this, compared to years past, a very experienced and older Vibes team this season as Jones falls behind Linscott. And look at the starting lineup today. Linscott 27, Topland 30, Austin Chenard 26, Garrett Kieber 28. And we've seen in the past a ground ball up the middle. McKenzie ranges to his left. The off-balance throw to Velos in time for the 6-3 ground out. It is an RBI for Linscott as Tomlin will come on down to score. Adams also takes 90 feet. 4-0 Rocky Mountain here early in inning number 1.
Oh, I didn't even see that.
And again, owing to that veteran experience on this Rocky Mountain side, we've seen teams find success with that in this Pioneer League over the last couple years. Ogden historically has had guys with a lot of PBL experience. The Ballers have done that as well, as Chenard jammed, fouls one straight back, and it's 0-2. Chenard, another guy coming in with PBL experience, spent 2023 in Grand Junction, parts of last year with the Vibes. And man, that pitch just missed on the outside edge. Jones thought he had the backwards K. Instead, Chenard a backdoor into the at-bat, the count 1-2. Jones gets the sign from Landis. Kicks and fires. Backdoor slider, and Chenard doesn't like it. First strikeout of the afternoon for Braylon Jones. And to be fair to the right-hander, I thought the 0-2 pitch caught more of the zone than the 1-2 pitch, but That's why I'm up here in the press box. Garrett Kieber will stand in. Kieber continuing to rake at the Owls' expense. Jones yanks the fastball down and away. Good block by Landis coming out of the crouch. The defensive alignment today for the Owls: Quint Landis behind the plate, Omar Vilos at first, Anthony Torrielas at second, TJ McKenzie at short, Kai Moody at third, Gordon Richardson in left, Draylon Holmes in center, and Marquise Jackson out in right field. Evan Slight will make his Owl debut. He's the designated hitter, due up third in the no-co order in the bottom half of the inning. Jones rocks and fires out of the stretch, and Kieber will bounce a base hit back up the box. Another RBI for Kieber at the Owls' expense. This one will plate the pinch runner Adams, and the Vibes have a 5-0 lead here in the top half of inning number 1. And for Jones, the challenge was wild the last start. He's done a good, consistent job of finding the strike zone here in this first inning. 25 pitches, 15 of them have been strikes. Make that strike number 16 on pitch number 26 as he gets ahead of Tristan Garcia, 0-1. And that's the improvement start to start you want to see from the right-hander as Garcia dribbles that foul off his shin, and the count 0-2. And just really from a contact perspective, Laura splitting the gap in right center field is the hardest contact of the inning. It's been a lot of base hits making their way back up the middle. One that slipped under Moody on the dive from Carter Booth. And that slider had a ton of east to west movement, came back over the plate. Garcia fouled it off. 24 years of age, from Louisville, Kentucky. And played with Florence in the Frontier League a couple years back. As Jones misses down and away, wastes a fastball there. Count 1-2. It's just such a different feeling as a pitcher, knowing you've worked ahead of a guy. Gives you so many more options in your arsenal. Jones strides and deals. Garcia pops it up. Will it stay playable for Landis over towards the rail by the Vibes dugout? It was Jones who was actually the first one to it. And that one kicks off the top of the Rocky Mountain dugout and falls harmlessly into the grass. And Jones, who ran into the railing, getting an extra conversation with the home plate umpire, a chance to catch his breath. Brandon Hastings calling the balls and strikes this afternoon in Game 1. Zach Dart, our first base umpire, and Travis Schatzman at third. That was the three-man crew we had yesterday as well. Everyone rotating around this weekend. Still trying to get a feel for Brandon Hastings' strike zone in inning number 1 as Garcia swats one foul down the third base line. Yesterday in Game 1 of the doubleheader, strike zone was very tight to start, and Garcia again rolls one over. This one dribbles towards Jones off the mound. He'll underhand it to Vilos and retire the side here in the top half of the first. The Vibes score 5 runs. They do it on 5 hits, 1 error, and leave a runner on base. We'll head to the bottom of the first. The Owls will get their first turn to bat. You're watching Northern Colorado Owls baseball. bottom of the first, the Owls will look at the left-hander Anthony Emhoff. The second time in 3 games, the Southpaw has started on the hill for the Rocky Mountain Vibes. And TJ McKenzie will lead it off for Northern Colorado here on the bottom of the first, followed by the catcher Quint Landis and the designated hitter Evan Slight. Again, Slight making his Owl debut today. Defensively, with Laura being pulled from the game, Dane Toffland has shifted over to first base. Alex Adams will head to third as Imhoff misses up and away to McKenzie for ball 1. So already one quick adjustment on your scorecards at home. Imhoff kicks and fires, looping curveball, misses down and into McKenzie, gets ahead 2-0. TJ had an RBI base hit in game 1 of the doubleheader yesterday. Batting leadoff again for Northern Colorado. 2-0 fastball fouled straight back. The left-hander Anthony Imhoff, 23 years of age, and he was brilliant in his first start through 7 innings. Gave up just 1 hit, walked 3 and struck out 6. Befuddled the Owls lineup in Colorado Springs a week ago. He's an Arizona kid from Chandler. Played his college ball at Pima Community College. And here another big breaker swung on and missed by McKenzie. He's down by way of the cave for out number 1. And that will bring up Quint Landis.
Now batting, catcher, Quint Landis.
And as experienced as this Vibes team is along the PBL and Frontier League ranks, not too many guys with affiliated ball experience on the roster. Imhoff, one of them, as he grooves strike 1 into Quint Landis, who had game 2 of the doubleheader off yesterday. Out at second, or catching today, was out at second base yesterday, as Landis will wrap that foul towards the Owl bullpen. Evens the count 1-1. The Owls, somewhat of a luxury in the PBL in that they carry 3 guys that can catch for them in a pinch. Quint Landis, Manny Jackson, and Omar Vilos. So Vilos out at first base here in game 1. Imhoff out of the windup. Man, another beautiful curveball gets Landis to swing and miss. 2 up, 2 down, both on the strikeout for the Southpaw. And that will bring up Evan Slight, the Owl designated hitter, making his Northern Colorado debut here this afternoon in Fort Collins. Slight started the year in the Frontier League. And here he'll loop one down the right field line, and that will one-hop the wall. 1 at bat and 1 base hit for Slight in his Owl debut, and it only took him 1 pitch to do it, looping the double into the right field corner. And that will bring up the Owls' power threat, Kai Moody. Had the 2-run home run in game 2 of the doubleheader, a solo shot in game 1. Mashing the ball all over the yard right about now. 333, 3 home runs and 8 runs batted in for Moody, who takes the first pitch ball down and away. Played his college ball at Cal State Northridge in the Big West Conference. 1-0 from Imhoff. Another big breaking curveball. Trying to go backdoor. Good take by Moody. Again, the left-hander befuddled the Owls last time around. And it's that curveball, the X factor pitch, that when it's rolling can be very, very dangerous. Moody may have a yellow light here. Had 3-0, 2 away though. Imhoff out of the stretch. Skip the fastball in towards the plate. Chenard unable to handle it cleanly. Slight will take third on the wild pitch. Moody advances to first on the 4-pitch walk. And the Owls have runners at the corners with 2 away here in the bottom of the first inning. Trying to jump back after giving up a 5 spot in the top half of the inning. As Traylon Holmes will stand in. Try and add to his RBI total. Holmes had a 2-run base hit yesterday in game 1 of the doubleheader. Doubled his RBI total with that hit. Still trying to get going at the plate. Curveball drops in at the knees for strike 1. Imhoff will set and deal. And Holmes will lift this one to right field. Clark tracking it all the way in the sun, backs up a few steps to make the catch and retire the side in the bottom of the first. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, and the Owls strand 2. We'll head to the top of the second inning. Rocky Mountain leads 5-0. You're watching Northern Colorado Owls baseball.
Each game will be 7 innings long, with game 2 starting approximately 30 minutes after the end of game 1. Be sure to stick around. What was the line? 23 and a half?
Top of the order, 2 up for Rocky Mountain here in the top of the second inning. Brendan Price with you from Fort Collins. A warm, sunny day, a great day for baseball. In fact, it's such a great day, let's play 2. As Carter Booth stands in to lead it off. Singleton scored in his first at-bat to lead off the ball game. Knocked the base hit under the dive of Kai Moody at third base as Jones gets ahead with the first pitch slider. And again, that was what Jones did well in the first inning. Did not fall behind many. Evens the count here, misses up, pulls Landis out of the crouch. 24-year-old mostly appeared out of the bullpen last season with Ottawa in the Frontier League as Booth fights that off foul down the first base line out of play. It's been a common thread amongst the Vibes and Owls both, grabbing guys from the Frontier League. That extends to the broadcast booth as well. One of my Vibes counterparts, Jesse Cook, was with the Florence Yalls last year, which also, like the Vibes, put that one under the unique name and mascot combination in your Rolodex. 1-2 slider on the outside edge. Landis wanted it. Missed outside. Evens the count 2-2. Q asking about that location. And again, no ABS this weekend, so everyone working with the strike zone on natural. No opportunity for hitters or pitchers to overturn as Jones misses up and away, and Booth will draw the leadoff walk. First to the ball game issued by Braylon Jones. And traffic again out on the pillows will bring Kellum Clark up to bat. Clark 1 for 1 as well, ripped a single to right field and came around to score on the Dane Tofflin base hit. So the vibes just keep adding to it. Ground ball to second, could be 2, 4, 6, and the throw across late. Clark motoring down the line. And are they going to rule it a double play? Yes, they are. So the slide from Carter Booth impeded Torrielis at second, and it'll wind up being a double play anyway, unless Lancaster, fresh off PBL win 100 and 101, would like a conversation and an explanation. So look to be a fielder's choice. Instead, runner's interference will make it a double play. 2 away and the base is empty for Will Butcher. Now, it's not the double play you drew up. A 4-6 put out and then interference, but certainly the double play that the Owls will take as Will Butcher takes the first pitch curveball down and away for ball 1. Butcher reached on an error in his first at bat, came around to score here. He bounces one to McKenzie at short. Throw across to Velos, and just like that, the vibes are set down in order in the top of the second. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left. The Owls will come to bat and look to break through, trailing 5-0. Velos, Jackson, and Torrielis due up for the Owls here in the bottom half of inning number 2. As Anthony Imhoff rolled through the first inning, got a couple of strikeouts, danced around a double and a walk to retire the side. And here, another north-south curveball falls off the table and in for strike 1 to Velos. Omar starting at first base this afternoon, hitting in the 6 hole. And Velos heel will yank one foul down the left field line. And the count 0-2. Velos, one of the guys that's been up and down this Northern Colorado lineup card for manager Dimitri Young in the early going. Today, the 3rd time on the year he's appeared in the 6 hole. He's batted 3rd, 4th, 7th as well. 0-2. Fastball. Imhoff yanks it up and away. Had the waste pitch. I'm not sure that's where he wanted to waste it, though. Want it to be close enough that maybe you get a swing. Imhoff sets and deals. That fastball a little closer. Velos checks his swing, and after falling behind 0-2, the Owl first baseman has run the count even. Velos spent time with the Jackalopes last year as he pokes one down the right field line, falling fast. Clark ranges over and makes the play, not fast enough. And the fly out to right field is the first out. You're in the bottom of the second. And that will bring up Marquise Jackson.
Right fielder Marquise Jackson.
Jackson trying to jumpstart this Owl offense, left on left.
That was pretty good timing. Right? He started putting his bat down. I was like, I know we're team.
Batting an even 200 on the year. Limited sample size, though, as he started the year on the IL. Here, rolls one over. This will be a tough play. Topland across. Imhoff can't find the bag. It's an infield hit for Marquise Jackson. That spelled trouble off the bat. Imhoff, the left-hander, falling to the third base side of the rubber, meant that he was having to go right across the body to try and pick up that infield chopper. It's the infield's version of the Bermuda Triangle when you chop a ball between first and second off the mound like that. It's not an easy play no matter who's running down the baseline, and with a guy that's got as much in the afterburner tank as Marquise Jackson, it's that much tougher.
I don't know how serious that conversation was.
First pitch curveball. Torrey Ellis breaks his bat, slow roller to short. Keeber's throw across to Tofflin in time. The sure-handed shortstop retired by way of the 6-3 putout. And Gordon Richardson will stand in with two quick away here in the bottom of the second.
Now batting left fielder Gordon Richardson.
Sorry.
Richardson stands in, trying to bring home the Owls' first run of the ball game. Their second runner in scoring position in 2 innings against Imhoff. So already they've been able to scrape more across in 2 innings against Imhoff than they were the last time they saw him across 7. He was no hitting Northern Colorado for a time being in his first start as well. Fastball clips the zone for strike 1 to Gordon Richardson. The rookie left fielder from Simi Valley, California, batting .259 with 3 runs batted in on the young season. Imhoff misses down low. Chenard kept the ball in front of him. Jackson on the move for third. He is safe. Gets that back foot in on the slide around Adams. Jackson taking advantage on the wild pitch. He'll move to third. And 90 feet from home. 2-1 the count to Richardson. Imhoff strides and deals. Richardson cuts and misses. Evens the count 2-2. And the Owls trying to cut down on the strikeouts. Imhoff's 2-2. Curveball, that gets away from Chenard. Jackson's going to try it. The throw late. And on the passed ball, Jackson will trot home to score. Hesitated coming down the line. And an extra second of hesitation was nearly enough. That would have resulted in the third out. Instead, it's the Owls' first run of the ball game, and it's 5-1. Payoff pitch from Imhoff to Richardson. Flied foul down the first base side, and Gordon Richardson will see a 6th pitch in the plate appearance. Imhoff, with the bases empty, can work out of the windup again. That's beautiful. Wow. Man, I'm not sure I can blame Chenard or Imhoff for that. It's a backdoor breaking ball. That nearly broke some ankles on the way down, and Richardson will work the 2-out walk. And the lineup card will turn over for TJ McKenzie, the Northern Colorado shortstop.
Now batting, shortstop, TJ McKenzie.
0 for 1, he struck out in his first at bat.
The pitcher thought he struck out. The catcher thought he struck out. The umpire said he walked. Okay, so I wasn't in the wrong for not.
First pitch from Imhoff to McKenzie. That's in at the knees for strike one from the left-hander, who's been pretty efficient through an inning and 2/3. That's just his 30th pitch of the afternoon. And again, a 7-inning ball game with this doubleheader today. So the more efficient, the more innings you can get, the better it's going to be for your bullpen down the line. And we saw that yesterday as Game 1, Noel Soto for the Owls pitched into the 6th inning, who then had to use just 2 pitchers the rest of the way in Game 1. Fastball down and in, misses. The Vibes on the other side got that in Game 2. Malik Bittens worked into the 5th inning, got the win. And from there, it was Hunter Bryan, Tom Peltier, Trey Morrell, and Caden Kratz, who slammed the door shut on Northern Colorado last night. McKenzie will take his 2-strike timeout. He's trying to readjust an outfielder by trade at shortstop to start the year for the Owls. Try and add a little bit more versatility to the lineup card. And McKenzie, watch out, nearly decapitated Imhoff on a line drive base hit into right center field. Richardson will hustle and hit third. And runners at the corners with 2 away as the Owls connecting here in the 2nd inning as Quint Landis will step in with an opportunity to try and add some more runs here and continue the 2-out Owl Thunder. First pitch strike to Landis. Landis was down by way of the K in his first at bat in inning number 1. A 1 from Imhoff, another curveball. Landis will loop this into left center field. That's going to fall on a hop in front of Carter Booth. Heads up base running from McKenzie. Nobody covered third base, so even on the flare, TJ was able to take an extra 90 feet. It's an RBI single. And the Owls, with a couple of 2-out runs, have made it 5-2.
Now batting, designated hitter,
Evan Slight doubled into the right field corner on the first pitch he saw from Imhoff in his first at bat. We'll see if he goes for the ambush again. Not much to do with that pitch except watch. Fastball misses on the north side of the zone. Count 1-0. Imhoff in a pickle here in the 2nd inning. Got the first 2 outs. The infield single to Marquise Jackson sandwiched in between it, but since then 3 Owls consecutively have reached base. Oh, filthy left on left off speed pitch. Slight swings and misses, and the count 1-2. 1-2 on the way from Imhoff, trying to get out of the inning. A ground ball skips off the infield. Garcia, slick hands at second, recovers and gets it over to Toplin in time to retire the side. 2 runs on 3 hits, no errors, and 2 Owls left aboard, but Northern Colorado on the score sheet 5-2 after 2 innings this afternoon in Fort Collins. Top of the third, Topland, Adams, and Linscott 2 up for the Rocky Mountain Vibes, 5-2. Rocky Mountain with 5 in the first, nothing in the second. The Owls, nothing in the first and 2 in the second. Thank you so much for joining us here today in Fort Collins. Topland 1 for 1. RBI base hit. He grounded one back up the middle, past the reach of Braylon Jones and into center field. First pitch from Jones to Topland. Goes with the curveball. Drops it in for strike one. And again, Jones keeps working ahead of Northern Colorado, or of Rocky Mountain hitters, rather. As Jones tries the fastball up and away, misses, and evens the count to Topland, 1-1. Jones rocks and fires, and Topland will foul that off in the count 1-2. And this is exactly what you want to see for the right-hander. Got the bounce back inning in the second. The leadoff walk, got the double play ball, and then a ground out. Set down the side, 3 up, 3 down as Topland sends that straight back. 45 pitches now for the right-hander Jones, which again, with 14 innings to be played today, if you can protect the bullpen early on in game one, could spell success the rest of the way for the Owls. 1-2 from Jones. Fastball misses upstairs, doesn't get Topland to bite. Evens the count 2-2. Topland, a Raptor in his first year in the PBL, a Vibe last year, became a fan favorite down the stretch in Colorado Springs. Front door slider misses and runs the count full. It's a beautiful ballpark down in the Springs Block Tickets Park. Only was able to make my way down there once last year. Still time this year. As Topland sends another one straight back to the screen. Was going to go on the Sunday doubleheader that wasn't down in Colorado Springs. Rain washed out game 2. It's about 2 hours, give or take, from Northern Colorado as Jones misses downstairs, a professional at bat. Topland works the 9-pitch walk. He's aboard to lead off the top half of inning number 3. Alex Adams will get his first plate appearance of the ball game. He entered as a pinch runner after Gary Laura exited the ball game. Appeared to have possibly pulled something on his way between first and second, trying to leg out a double to the gap. As Jones gets the call on the outside edge, gets ahead of Adams 0-1. No pitch clock here in Fort Collins. Folks have been able to work at their leisure as Jones powers ahead of Adams. Didn't really need it in game 1. Would have been slightly helpful in game 2. Jones strides and fires. That one kicks up and away from Landis, rolls all the way back to the screen. Topland will take second base as the 59-foot pitch skips to the screen, puts Topland in scoring position. So the Owls trying to limit this Rocky Mountain offense that has been in double figures in all but one game this year. Good block by Landis on the off-speed down and away. Evens the count 2-2. As these two teams today will be the last time that these two teams see each other until the very end of the season. They'll play 6 in the second to last week of the regular season. Essentially very nearly bookending their schedule. The Vibes have had their way with the Owls in the early going as Adams hacks and misses, and Braylon Jones has his second strikeout of the afternoon. First out of the inning here in the top half of the third.
Now batting left fielder Sam Linscott.
Sam Linscott will stand in 0 for 1, but a productive 0 for 1. Drove in an RBI with his ground out to shortstop. Linscott entered the weekend hitting .750. Good block by Landis there. Linscott rather, was 12 for 16 coming into the weekend. Had a couple of base hits in game 2. Jones, the knuckle curve. And that's the same spot that Imhoff thought he had a strikeout on Gordon Richardson in the bottom half of the second. So tip of the cap for consistency and continuity from Brandon Hastings behind the dish. Up here in the broadcast booth, we are the ones that always talk about how you like consistency, as Jones again just missed with the curve. The players, publicly, they'll say, yeah, we like consistency too, but the reality is they like strikes to be strikes and balls to be balls. They don't necessarily care how consistent it is. 3-0 fastball misses down low, and Jones issues a 4-pitch walk, third of the game for the right-hander. Puts the double play back in order for Austin Chenard with runners at first and second and one away. And given the guys out on the base paths, Topland at second, Chenard at the plate, a double play very much on the menu here if Jones can work a ground ball.
Are the comments nice, Lane?
And a strike from Jones. And again, we talked about that throughout the start today. He's worked ahead consistently. 0-1 fastball, and Landis again will keep it in front of him. Evens the count 1-1 to the Vibe catcher, who entered the weekend batting .214. On base percentage, though, excellent. .450, works walks. Why do we like him, Pete? He gets on base. Fastball from Jones, in for strike 2.
No, I know. I was going to play. I was seeing if I need to get strikeout ready. That was a movie reference. We need to show the infamous volleyball over here.
Jones try and hang consecutive scoreless half innings here for Northern Colorado, wearing their red hats, the old Orem Owlz lids. And there's a 2-ball. The turn for 6-3, right on the money and right in time. A double play retires the side. No runs, no hits, no errors, and a runner left on base. We'll head to the bottom half of inning number 3 in Fort Collins. 5-2, the Vibes lead the Owls. Kai Moody will lead off the bottom of the third for Northern Colorado, followed by Holmes and Velos. He takes the first pitch ball from Anthony Imhoff, who had to wiggle around some danger in the second. The Owls plated a pair of runs on back-to-back RBI singles for McKenzie and Landis. Curveball doesn't get the swing from Moody. Kai didn't see really anything to hit in his first plate appearance. 4 pitches, drew the walk. 2-0 on the way, and Imhoff again will stay south of the strike zone. Tried to get one in at the knees, and it's quickly 3-0. And again, after the day that Moody had yesterday, and really the few games he's had against the Vibes, I'm not sure Imhoff really wants to give Moody anything to hit. Can't say I blame him either. He's been the consistent day in, day out threat for Northern Colorado on the lineup card. And here Moody will wrap this one into left field, and right on cue, he's got the leadoff base hit. He's reached base in his 2 plate appearances today. And that will bring up center fielder Draylon Holmes. Draylon flew out to right field in his first at bat. Lofted one down the line that Kellum Clark handled with ease. Here, Holmes, first ball hunting, fouls it off towards the Owl bullpen. Adams with a half-hearted jog at it. Draylon trying to get adjusted here. First year of pro ball. And last year, you think about even some of the early struggles that some of the Owls have had at the plate. And last year, Evan Scavato, the first 2-3 weeks, it took him about 70, 80 at-bats to get accustomed to the league. A ground ball to Adams at third. The throw to second is late. Adams trying to go the short way, and Moody hustling between first and second, beats it out, and Holmes will reach base. Runners at first and second with nobody out. And that will be, I believe, a fielder's choice since Adams made the call to go to second base, as Omar Velos will stand in. But back to the Owls getting adjusted again. Evan Scavato last year hit below the Mendoza line for the better part of his first 80-90 plate appearances. And then after about 3 weeks, the rookie, it just clicked. He hit almost 300 the rest of the way. And looking up and down this Owl lineup card, that's something that you really look at guys like Draylon Holmes, Omar Velos, and hope that that's the kind of development that's on the menu as Velos whacks that foul over the first base side and out of play. And the count 0-2. This will be a real good time for a little bit of power here for Northern Colorado. The Owls on the year, just 4 home runs as a group, and Kai Moody's got 3 of them. Velos here chases strike 3. Both the runners will advance. So Imhoff will pick up his 3rd punch out. And in some respects, a productive out in the sense that both Holmes and Moody will move into scoring position. And Marquise Jackson will stand in. And the Owls are a base hit from making this a 1-run ball game. And, again, you're working with 6 fewer outs today here on the doubleheader.
I know, I'm trying to do it during, downtime. They're a pretty quick turnaround, so if I hesitate, I can't do it.
First pitch from Imhoff, the fastball. Jackson waves and misses at that. 1 for 1, the infield single. Just past the pitcher's mound in between first and second in the second inning. Came around to score on the McKenzie base hit. Quickly falls behind here 0-2. tell you, credit where credit is due to all the folks down in the metal bleachers on a warm day like this. Sweating, and I'm up, ensconced in a press box as Jackson swinging a miss. Chenard, smart defending there. Jogged it up the line ever so slightly, made sure that the runners don't come home. And a big second out for Imhoff and the Vibes, as Anthony Torrielis will stand in.
Now batting, second baseman Anthony Torrielis.
Love to see
They call him AT. I think it's funny.
just a little duck snort into right center field.
Yeah, but it's
Good take there from Torrielis and a better block from Chenard for ball one.
A lot of nicknames in baseball.
I know, AT.
AT 0 for 1 today, grounded out to short in the second inning.
My favorite nickname was Larry Walker's. Booger.
Here, Torrielis cuts and misses, evens the count. Imhoff at 55 pitches through 2 and change this afternoon. Yesterday we saw Riley Phillips hit nearly the century mark in game 1. Noel Soto threw 100-plus pitches to get through 5 2/3. As Torrielis behind in the count 1-2. Second-year pro in the infield for the Owls. Spent time with Evansville in the Frontier League. 1-2, Torrielis doesn't bite. Imhoff was on his way off the mound. Has to get back in his spot. Torrielis with no batting gloves. Don't see that often anymore. Man, that is a wicked good curveball. As the home plate umpire having a quick conversation with the Vibes dugout. Imhoff a couple of times this afternoon has thought he had got strike 3, made his way off the mound, and turns out he didn't have it. And here works the walk to Torrielis, and Imhoff is frustrated out on the hill. That was how Gordon Richardson worked his walk as well, and I think perhaps sensing the frustration from the southpaw, Les Lancaster will quickly make his way out to the mound. Bases full of Owls here for Gordon Richardson with 2 away. And if you're the Vibes, this is where you don't want to see this snowball on you at all. Haven't allowed any runs, just base runners. And this is where you look at your pitcher and you just have him try and lock back in, get that third out, and get out of what's quickly become a bit of a slightly dangerous inning. So Richardson here can do some real damage for the Owls. Worked a full count walk with 2 away in the second inning as well. First pitch from Imhoff. Richardson takes the fastball in for strike 1. Imhoff this time misses down and away. Owls trying to snap the 2-game losing streak. They've seen nothing but these Vibes the first 2 weeks of the year as Richardson inside outs one, pokes it down the first baseline. It'll get into the parking lot, foul and out of play. The Owls will be in Billings next week. They will play a doubleheader there as well. But 6 road games against the Mustangs. They will technically be listed as the home team, even though the games are played at Daylor Park. And then they will have 6 more true road games where they are listed as the road team in Grand Junction. So they'll meet the Jackalopes for the first time. It's always a fun in-state rivalry between those 2 organizations. Richardson to straightaway left field. to the track and caught right in front of the wall in left field by Linscott. And Imhoff comes within 5 feet of causing trouble. Instead gets out of it. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 3 left. The Owls strand the bases loaded as we head to the 4th inning. 5-2, Rocky Mountain on top. Garrett Kieber will lead off the top of the 4th against Braylon Jones. Garcia and Carter Booth after him with the Vibes on top 5-2. Rocky all 5 in the 1st inning as Jones gets the first pitch strike with the curveball. Rocky Mountain thus far, 5 runs on 5 hits, 2 runners left on base for the visitors in the navy blue jerseys today. 1-1 from Jones to Kieber, fastball in on the hands, misses inside. Kieber in the driver's seat ahead 2-1. Rocky Mountain trying to stake their claim at the top of the PBL standings, 8-1. They are a half game ahead of the Idaho Falls Chuckers coming into play today. And again, the season separated into halves. First half and second half, finish in the top 2 in either. And you are into the postseason. If a team finishes in the top 2 in the first and the second half, it then becomes a question of who has the better overall record. The first tiebreaker, head-to-head matchup. The second tiebreaker is Kieber cuts and misses. He's down by way of the K. 1 down here in the top of the 4th. The second tiebreaker is runs allowed, as that was something that did not work out Northern Colorado's way last season in the first half, as Tristan Garcia stands in. Northern Colorado missed the postseason by 30-plus runs. As Garcia waves and misses, and Jones working the slider now. Jones working quickly. Just a bit outside, tried the corner and missed. 1-1. Jones will try and lock back into Garcia, who's 0 for 1. Chopped out to the pitcher first time up, and Garcia's swinging at anything in the general direction of the plate there. He's got to start his swing earlier, I think, with that crouched over stance. It's open, but he's got to determine what he wants to do. Slaps a four-hopper to Moody at third. Whips a throw across the diamond to Velos. 2 up, 2 down, and Jones is set down for the last 5. Carter Booth will stand in with 2 away, and the base is empty. And again, we talk about Braylon Jones trying to keep the Owls bullpen fresh for the rest of the day. Only threw 2 innings and took 94 pitches to do that in his first start of the year. Here he's sub 75 and an out away from getting through 4 as he drops the knuckle curve in for strike 1 to Carter Booth. Booth has reached base 2 of the 7 ways you can do it, singled and walked. I know my counterparts Jesse Cook and Ethan Ibe during the Vibes series down in the Springs, they were actually able to name all 7. I myself don't have that kind of confidence. 0-2 the count to Carter Booth. See, my question is, try to keep track of, can you see all 7 in one game? As Jones wanted the outside corner, doesn't get it. And that spot has not been there today for either pitcher, Jones or Imhoff, despite how much they wanted it. 1-2. Spiked the fastball, 58 feet plus. That one skipped through the 5-hole past Landis to the screen. And everyone will give Quint an extra breath or two. 2-2 the count to Carter Booth. It's Brandon Hastings giving everyone an extra beat. It's Landis and Booth chit-chatting at home plate. And again, by this point, these guys have played today are games 10 and 11 consecutively against each other over the past week and a half. So they get along pretty good. Booth will pop this up on the right side of the infield. Who wants it? Tori Ellis, will take it. And Jones sets down the side in order in the 4th. Donuts, no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left. We'll head to the bottom half of inning number 4. The Owls searching for some offense, trailing 5-2. Top of the Owls order in the bottom of the 4th, McKenzie, Landis, and Slight due up against the left-hander Anthony Imhoff. The Owls 2 runs on 5 hits, 1 error, but they have left 7 on base. That has been the difference maker. Stranded the bases loaded in the 3rd. Left runners at 2nd and 3rd in the 1st as a first pitch grounder to Adams at 3rd base. McKenzie quickly away on the ground out. 1 pitch, 1 out. It's Northern Colorado. Imhoff, apart from that patch of trouble in the 2nd inning, has done a good job limiting hard contact.
Number 5, Quinton Landis.
4 strikeouts and 3 walks through 3 1/3. Not quite the sparkling performance he had in his first start of the year, but to be fair, if you can throw 7 scoreless every time you're out there, you're not going to be in the Pioneer League for long. Such a hitter-friendly league as Imhoff misses down and away to Landis. Talk about that regularly here in the PBL, that you see guys that if they can keep ERAs in the 4s and the 5s, especially starting pitching, you're in a pretty good spot as Landis takes and evens the count. And looking around the PBL at the moment, you've got Oakland leading the league. They have a 3.30 ERA. Yuba Sutter at 4.81. They're second. Once again, the 2 California teams leading the charge, and the Vibes right behind him. Their team ERA at 5.07 coming into play today. And on the flip side, talk about those team numbers. Half the league is over 5.73 in the earned run column per game. Half are under. Landis calls his obligatory 2-strike timeout. Struck out in the first and singled in a run in the second. Imhoff gets the sign, rocks and fires, and Landis launches one to right field. Clark didn't even have to move. Reading the scouting report to perfection as Landis flies out to right. And Imhoff has set down 5 of the last 6 Owls he's faced. And with 2 away and the bases empty, Evan Slight will stand in. Slight doubled into the right field corner in the first, grounded out to second. In the second, it was a nice play by Tristan Garcia, moving to his left. Got the ball in the in-between hop, sliding and making the play in time to retire the side. Chenard sets up on the outer half, and there's that curveball again. Slight waves and misses, and he's in an 0-2 hole. Slight. And then transferred to Alabama for his final year of college eligibility. Rolls one over to Garcia at second. He'll throw it over to Topland in time to retire the side. For the first time today, the Owls down in order. 4 innings complete in Fort Collins. The Vibes holding on to a 5-2 advantage. Top of inning number 5. Braylon Jones back out. He'll take Kellum Clark, Will Butcher, and Dayton Topland here in the top half of the 5th inning. A beautiful day for baseball in Fort Collins. The Vibes played it all 5 in inning number 1, and the right-hander Braylon Jones has gotten stronger as the game has progressed. The Vibes outside of that first inning have had just 3 base runners and no hits.
Oh, you're not yelling at either of us? Wow.
1 and 1 the count to Clark, who's 1 for 2. Singleton scored in the first and grounded into a double play in the second. The Owls have turned 2 twice, once in the second and once in the third. 1-1 from Jones. Knuckle curve, yes indeedy. Drops the hammer in for strike 2. Jones just hitting the 80 pitch mark here in the 5th inning. And Clark rolls this one over foul down the first base line. It'll slowly make its way down toward the Vibe bullpen. Game 2 of the doubleheader, 30 minutes after the conclusion of Game 1. You can keep it right here on the stream. We'll have Game 2 for you as well. Roberto Coronado was set to pitch for the Owls. Craig Scherer for the Vibes. So 2 lefties today against the Owl lineup. 1-2 from Jones, and that one's flied foul down the third base line into the parking lot. As both Imhoff and Scherer dominated the Owls their first time out against Northern Colorado. 1-2 again, and that one misses down and away. Landis having a tough day behind the plate. It's, again, man, catcher, that's the position you couldn't pay me enough money to play. 2-2 on the way from Jones out of the windup. Swung on and missed for strike 3. 4 Ks on the day for Braylon Jones. And that will bring up Will Butcher. And Braylon Jones is asking for a new baseball, I think. As Butcher 0 for 2 today, reached base on an E6 in the first inning, grounded out to short in the second. Jones kicks and fires the knuckle curve in for strike 1. The Owls keep getting zeros on the mound. 1-1 the count. Jones shakes off the first sign from Landis, deals. Watch out. Front door breaking ball that didn't quite break far enough away from Butcher's head. 2-1. Had to bend out of the way. Saw that in Game 2 yesterday. We had 3 hit by pitches, none of which were intentional. That's in for strike 2 on the hands. None of which were intentional, but by the time the third one between the two teams, you could tell folks were getting a little annoyed, a little peeved, perturbed. Butcher wraps one to short. McKenzie will gather and get it over to Velos in time for out number 2. 6 in a row set down by Braylon Jones. The base is empty for Dane Toffland. And that's the thing. No one likes to get hit with a baseball. That's just the deal. And even with there's no intent, particularly after you've had these two teams that have played the better part of, when it's all said and done, 11 consecutive games against one another. For all the good cheer, sometimes tempers can flare. First pitch fly ball lifted to left. Can of corn for Gordon Richardson. And Jones sets down the side in order for the second consecutive inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left. We're through 4.5 of game 1 of the Twin Bill. The Owls trail the Vibes 5-2. Bottom of inning number 5. Heart of the Owls order 4, 5, 6. Moody, Holmes, and Velos due up for Northern Colorado, chasing a 5-2 deficit. Kai has reached base in both plate appearances today, a single and a walk. Walked in the first on 4 pitches and singled on 5 in the third. Anthony Imhoff talks so much about the efficiency of Braylon Jones. Imhoff, apart from that second inning, has limited the Owls to just some straight crumbs at the bottom of the dinner table. Moody rolls one to short. That one is past the dive of Keeber and into left center field. Moody's thinking too. He's hauling it, and he's safe with a head-first slide and a hustle double for Kai Moody. Some pretty tall grass in the outfield, and neither Booth nor Linscott charged that all that aggressively. Moody took the turn, 1-2, and the leadoff double will bring up Draylon Holmes as Moody's average continues to climb. Another 2-hit ball game for Kai. Imhoff, first pitch curveball and a beauty in for strike 1 to Holmes. Draylon 0 for 2, flew out to right field in the first and grounded into what was officially ruled a fielder's choice in the third. Here waves and misses at strike 2, quickly in the hole. Moody approaching 400 now, hitting over 390 as Holmes will flare this down the first base line, foul. Some action down in the Rocky Mountain bullpen. It looks like it's Hunter Bryan, the right-hander, up and throwing. He threw an inning yesterday for the Vibes in the second game of the doubleheader. Imhoff, the 0-2 on the way to Holmes. Chenard set up on the inside half. The fastball bends Holmes out of the way. Northern Colorado has gotten what they've needed from Braylon Jones out on the hill. Shut down this Rocky Mountain offense. Holmes on 2 hops, a base hit into left field. Moody had to wait to see if Keeber could get it. He'll stop at third. Runners at the corners with nobody out. And all of a sudden, the Owls trying to get something cooking here in the bottom half of inning number 5 as Omar Vilos set to step in and hit.
Now batting, first baseman Omar Vilos.
Vilos 0 for 2. Flew out to right field in the second and struck out swinging in the third. This would be an awfully good time to get off the hitless schneid for the day. First pitch from Imhoff. Man, that curveball is disgusting. 0-1. And that's one of the things, every now and again you get guys in this league that when they showcase that off speed, you look and you go, ah, yes, that's how you get so many hitters out so frequently. Fastball misses north of the zone, evens the count 1-1. Reese Miller, who's with the Jackalopes this year, officially it was a slider. Unofficially it was a frisbee. He's out with the Jackalopes and former Owl manager Frank Gonzalez over on the western slope. Vilos right back up the box, a base hit and an RBI as Moody will come in to score, and the Owls will pull to within 2, 5-3. You're in the bottom of inning number 5. 3 consecutive hits to start the half inning. It's the first time Northern Colorado has done that all day, as Marquise Jackson will stand in. Marquise 1 for 2, an infield single in the second, struck out swinging in the third. First pitch from Imhoff to Jackson. There's that knuckle curve again.
He hung back for it.
And Jackson flying it off foul towards the Vibe dugout for strike 1. Imhoff, 84 pitches now for the left-hander. Wonder with Torrey Ellis and Richardson on deck if it might just be the last batter. And what a heads-up piece of defense from Keeber at short, threw behind the runner at third, nearly got Draylon Holmes, who had rounded the bag. As it stands, the 4-6 putout cuts down the middle runner Vilos. Jackson to first on the fielder's choice, and this may be it for Anthony Imhoff. It's a pitching change for the Vibes. We'll step aside as Rocky Mountain makes a call to the bullpen. The right-hander Hunter Bryan will deal with runners on the corners and one away when we return. Now the right-hander Hunter Bryan will inherit runners at the corners as Anthony Torrielis will step to bat 0 for 1 today with a ground out to short and a walk. Bryan threw the 6th inning last night for the Vibes. First pitch fastball, Torrielis fouls it off down the first base line out of play. Bryan loads up another four-seamer, misses down and away. The right-hander, second year in the Pioneer League, was with Grand Junction for a spell a year ago, donning the purple and black. Owlz trying to close the gap here. They've scratched home one already in the frame. Still nobody, or rather just the one out. Velos was cut down on the fielder's choice. But a double and 2 singles started off the inning for the Owl offense. Torrielis takes at the bottom of the zone. 2-2, the count even. One of those fulcrum pitches that changes in at bat. Instead of 3-1, it's an even count. And swung on and missed. Torrielis protecting the outside edge. Down by way of the K, and Hunter Bryan halfway home to cleaning up the inherited base runners from Imhoff, whose semi-final line, 4 1/3, gives up 8 hits, walks 3, and strikes out 4. Still responsible for the 2 runners on base. Richardson down the right field line, hooking towards the corner, foul by 2 or 3 feet. Was slicing towards the line the whole way, just didn't drop in fair territory. Richardson 0 for 1, walked and scored in the second and flew out to left field. He was up the last time the Owls had base runners on all 3 pillows in the 3rd inning. Flew out to the warning track in left field. Slider, delayed strike 2, but in there. And Bryan gets ahead of Richardson. Gets the sign from Chenard. Sets up on the outer half. Got the pitch there, didn't get the swing from Richardson. 1-2. Northern Colorado trying to steal game 1 of the doubleheader here. They need to win both today to split the series after falling twice yesterday. Richardson, shallow right center field, falling fast. It's an RBI base hit. Headed to third is Jackson. The tying run 90 feet from home. An RBI base hit for Richardson, and it's 5-4. Well, sometimes you don't have to hit it hard. You just have to put it in the right spot. Richardson plays lawn darts, hits a bullseye, drives in a run, and turns the lineup card over for TJ McKenzie. McKenzie, first pitch, takes down and in for ball 1. TJ 1 for 3 today. Struck out swinging in the first, singled back up the middle in the second, drove in a run, and grounded out to third in the 4th. Likes to attack early in at bats. Here opens up with a healthy swing and miss, evens the count 1-1. TJ in that leadoff spot for Dimitri Young once more. The Owls' 10th game, and in all 10, McKenzie has hit leadoff. Great pick by Chenard on the short hop. Run-saving pick as well. Jackson's got great speed at third base, and he's already come home to score on one passed ball. Hitters count to TJ, 2-1 to McKenzie. Bryan kicks and deals. McKenzie grounds this one foul past the Owl dugout. And that may have popped him on the foot on the way through as well, as he's limping around home plate to try and walk it off. It's easy for everyone up here to say. McKenzie trying to drive home the tying run here in the bottom half of inning number 5, game 1 of the doubleheader here from Fort Collins. Everyone doing the sporting thing and giving McKenzie time to readjust in the batter's box. 2-2 on the way from Bryan. Pokes it to second. Garcia will scoop it up, get it over to Topland in time to retire the side. The Owls plate 2 runs on 4 hits. No errors. They strand the tying run at third base. We'll head to the top of the 6th inning. A 1-run ball game here at City Park. You're watching Northern Colorado Owls baseball. Top of the 6th, Alex Adams will lead it off against a new pitcher as the right-hander Kenny Carrillo will take over for Northern Colorado. Carrillo making his 3rd appearance of the season, the right-hander from Bellflower, California. And first pitch, he's greeted with a base hit back into center field by Adams. It's a rather rude greeting for the right-hander in his 3rd appearance of the year. Pitched in 18 games last year with the Voyagers in Great Falls through 49 innings. Made 7 starts as well. Can do a little bit of everything. Also spent time in the Mexican League as that one misses inside for ball 1. Right-hander, 26 years of age. As that one, thank you, caught the bottom of the zone. 1-1 the count to Linscott. Linscott 0 for 1, grounded out to short, drove in a run in the 1st inning and walked in the 3rd. And Linscott here sails one to left field. Richardson will drift back a couple of steps, and he'll make the catch for out number one. The final line for the right-hander Braylon Jones this afternoon. Not a bad day at the office. 5 innings pitched. He allows just 5 hits, 5 runs, only 3 of them earned. Walks 3 and strikes out 4. And perhaps most importantly for Dimitri Young and the Owls, surrendered all 5 runs in the first inning. And in the second through the 5th, his final 4 innings of work, no hits allowed, 3 walks, and 3 strikeouts for the right-hander in his second start of the year. A phenomenal bounce-back performance for the 24-year-old right-hander. You want your starting pitching to give you an opportunity to stay in games and win games, and the right-hander did just that this afternoon as the slider is skied to short. McKenzie on the infield dirt will make the catch, and Carrillo inducing the flyout and the pop out for 2 outs after the leadoff single from Adams. Garrett Kieber will stand in, and this has been the area where Northern Colorado has not gotten consistent innings from their bullpen. And having Carrillo come in and grab a couple of quick outs here, try and hang one more 0 would be huge for Northern Colorado. Misses up and into Kieber for ball 1. Carrillo, a 4-pitch mix, a 4-seam fastball, a slider, a splitter, and a changeup. Misses down at the knees, I think, for ball 2. It's been a tight zone all day from Brandon Hastings behind the ditch. So again, credit for consistency and continuity. 2-0. Slider misses downstairs again. Kieber in the driver's seat ahead 3-0. Keebs 1 for 2. RBI base hit in the first inning. He struck out swinging in the 4th. Carrillo, get me over fastball, does the trick. Kieber was on his way to first. He chucked the bat to the dugout rail, and now he's got to go back to home plate and say mea culpa. It's not something that umpires will fondly look at, even with an apology. Let's see what Carrillo wants to do here on 3-1. Out of the stretch. Yeah, knew that was coming. Oh, Kieber's not happy. He's going to take his time out to try and resettle and regather, as he and Hastings having a conversation, and the count runs full. And man, I tell you, if this is anywhere on the edge and it's a called strike 3, Kieber might blow a gasket. And Les Lancaster might not be far behind. Payoff pitch. Misses down and away for ball 4, and now Kieber will draw the 2-out walk. Runners at first and second with 2 away for Tristan Garcia. And I don't know that either team has been terribly thrilled. With the strike zone, but the vibes have been far more vocal about it. Carrillo, first pitch to Garcia. And a sharp 2-hopper. Torrielis at second, over to Velos at first, and the side retired in the top of the 6th. No runs, 1 hit, a couple of vibes stranded on the bases. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th. The Owls trying to come from behind. It's a 1-run ball game, 5-4. Quint Landis will lead off the bottom of the 6th for the Owls against a new arm as right-hander Caden Kratz will take over for Rocky Mountain. A one-run ball game here in the bottom half of inning number 6. Hunter Bryan goes 2/3 of an inning, coughs up a hit and strikes out one. First pitch fastball Landis offers, and that's strike one. And he looked back and did not look all that impressed. They'll appeal down to first, but they're not going to not call that a swing. After the home plate umpire emphatically made the call, it's not good to show up your coworkers like that. So the first base umpire will keep it a swing. 1-1 the count to Landis. Again, hitters often will ask for an appeal, but it is not in the rule book that the home plate umpire has to grant one. Landis pops this up high into the clouds. Garcia back behind second base, drifts back and makes the catch for out number 1. In the day of challenges and instant replay, there's not a lot of things that'll get managers and players tossed from ball games nowadays anymore, but arguing balls and strikes and check swings are the two things that will get you an early trip to the showers. It is actually a bit stunning in this day and age. Fastball misses up and away to Slight. It's a bit stunning in this day and age at the major league level that checked swings are not reviewable. But it is the majors, as they're going to take a look at Kratz, because after that last pitch, wasn't sure if everything was okay, and now Cap Pacheco, Les Lancaster are going to make their way out to the mound. Is right after the pitch, Austin Chenard and Caden Kratz both, something did not look or feel right for the right-hander there. I think he's going to try and give it a go. And back to, check swings in this day and age with technology, the challenge system, it almost defies description that at the major league level that check swings are not made reviewable, or at least minimally you institute it's only reviewable right in the 7th inning or later, something, right? As Slight waves and misses at strike 1. I mean, you look at Major League Baseball just testing out the ABS system that the Pioneer League has figured out over the last couple years, as Slight will flip this one into shallow left field. Ranging out is back to the infield. Keeber from short makes the grab. 2 up, 2 down for the right-hander Kratz here in the bottom of the 6th. And that will bring up Kai Moody with 2 away and the base is empty. Kai's the guy that, with one swing of the bat, he can tie it up. 2 for 2 today with a walk. Hustle double, came around to score in the 5th inning. And here Kratz with the curveball, missed inside for ball 1. Just 7 pitches in this half inning for Kratz, who threw a scoreless 2/3 last night in game 2. Goes with the curveball again, same spot, same result. Falls behind 2-0. And again, this is probably not the guy in the Owls lineup you want to try and work behind on. Fastball, Moody just missed it. He knew it too. Fastball fouled off down the first base line. Kai stands in, trying to bring the Owls back even. Muscles one foul towards the no-kill bullpen. Count 2-1, or now even at 2-2. Moody, a home run in 3 consecutive ball games for Northern Colorado. This would not be a bad time to make it 4. Lifts one to left center field. That one catches too much air. Booth settles just short of the warning track in the gap to make the catch and retire the Owls in order in the sixth. No runs, no hits, no errors. It's a hold and a scoreless inning for Caden Kratz. We'll head to the top of the seventh, game one of this doubleheader. The Vibes with a 5-4 lead. Top of the seventh, Booth, Clark, and Butcher due up for the Vibes as Kenny Carrillo back out for his second inning of work. First pitch from the right-hander. Booth will ground this on 3 hops to McKenzie. He'll gather and throw. Velos digs it out at first base. 1 pitch, 1 out. Great hands by Omar over at first base to pull that out of the dirt. And that will bring up Kellum Clark. 1 for 3 today for the Vibe right fielder, batting from the left-hand side. Clark, 24 years of age, was in high A ball last year with the Brooklyn Cyclones in the Mets system. He and Chris Pregent, the only hitters on the Vibes with affiliated ball experience. They both came to the Springs together from the Brooklyn Cyclones. Did he offer? Landis, I don't think will appeal. 1-1 the count even to Clark. Carrillo trying to keep it a 1-run ball game for Northern Colorado as Clark will flare that foul over the screen behind home plate. And, well, there is some action down in the Vibe bullpen. It might be Trey Morrell. 1-2 on the way from Carrillo to Clark. That one's rolled foul towards the Vibe dugout. The right-hander trying to get the Owls through the first game of the doubleheader here, only using 2 pitchers. Jones throws 5, trying to get Carrillo through 2. And Clark will loft this foul over down the third base line. This will be the 5th pitch of the at-bat upcoming. It's the Owls pitching their second finest performance of the year so far this afternoon. Johan Castillo had the no-hit bid last Sunday in the Springs, but gave up the 5 runs in the first from Braylon Jones, and since then the Owl pitching has allowed just 1 hit.
Did it actually hit someone's car?
1-2 on the way. Swing and a miss. The changeup. Clark chases it. And 2 up, 2 down here in the top half of the 7th inning. And this has been the kind of performance that the Owls have not often got from their bullpen. As DH Will Butcher will stand in hitless in the ball game, 0 for 3. Reached on an E6 and grounded out to short twice. First pitch, Carrillo yanks it outside, low and away for ball 1. Carrillo worked around a pair of base runners in the 6th, a single and the walk. And let's see if he wants a new baseball. Nope, he's good with that. Pick it right back up. 2-0 on the way. Yes, indeed. The slider drops in at the knees for strike 1.
So, yeah, this happened to occur one of our games in 2022.
Oh my god, I'm so scared.
Did you park?
Yeah. I just shouldn't have.
Butcher, a ground ball back up the middle, a base hit. First hit of the day for the Vibe designated hitter. And a 2-out base hit will keep the line moving for the ever dangerous Dane Toffland. Toffland, an RBI base hit in the first inning.
Knowing my luck, hopefully not, but
Walked in the 3rd and flew out to left field in the 5th.
Toyota.
is it a silver car?
It might have.
Oh my god.
Yours or the one right behind.
It's a silver Toyota Camry.
First pitch from Carrillo, fastball misses down.
Frank, it's not mine.
That might be hers.
It's what?
License plate AR. Do you have like a figurines in the front?
Oh no. Is it actually like damaged? Okay.
Carrillo misses down and away for ball 2. As everyone was checking on their vehicles up here in the press box after the foul ball from Will Butcher. It's very nearly trouble, but it sounds like everybody up here is in the clear.
Yeah.
2-0 on the way from Kenny. Slider in for strike 1, and Dean Toffland didn't love that call.
I saw this on a shattered windshield. I don't care. I hate that car. It is so beat up from me driving it that I don't care.
2-1 on the way from Carrillo. Fastball up and in on the hands, misses for ball 3. Some assorted groans from the Owl crowd. And a couple of chirps as well. 3-1 on the way. Watch out. That one popped Toffland right on the shoulder. And the hit by pitch. Back-to-back runners on first and second now with 2 away. No ill will intended there from the right-hander Carrillo. And Alex Adams will step in. Alex, there's going also to be a pinch runner out at second base for Will Butcher. Gabe White, who was coaching third base yesterday for the Vibes, will head out and pinch run. It's an awfully precious insurance run, so anything in the outfield with 2 away, White can go on contact and ostensibly try and score a big run to try and extend the Rocky Mountain lead. As Carrillo gets ahead of Alex Adams, who's 1 for 2 with a single and a strikeout. That one gets past Landis, and he faked the throw to make sure that nobody took extra bases beyond the 90 feet. So White to third, Toffland to second, and all of a sudden a base hit becomes that much more pivotal with 2 runners in scoring position.
Taylor, what's the 27 viewers on YouTube?
Carrillo trying to keep the Owls scoreless streak going at 6 innings. He's got work to do here. Landis, a run-saving block in front of home plate. He has earned his keep and then some defensively behind home plate today. He's been beat the heck up, too. Just for his own sake and sanity, I hope they put him out at second base in game 2 and let somebody else take their lumps behind home plate, Velos or Jackson. 2-1 from Carrillo. Fouled straight back by Adams, and the Owls a strike away from holding the deficit at 1, headed to the bottom of the 7th. 2-2 on the way from the right-hander, his 35th pitch of the outing. Ring him up. Fastball on the inside corner. Carrillo strands 2 in scoring position. The Owls need 1 to tie and 2 to win. Headed to the bottom of the 7th here in game 1 of this doubleheader. Traylon Holmes will lead it off against the right-hander Trey Morrell in to close out the ball game and get the Vibes what would be their 3rd one-run win of the year at Northern Colorado's expense. Of course, the other 2 previous one-run games these teams have played, the home team has walked it off. So the Owls hoping for a little bit of that to break their way as Holmes takes a first pitch strike. Traylon 1 for 3. A fly out to right field, a fielder's choice, and a base hit. Morrell made quick work of the Owls in the 7th last night in game 2. Set Northern Colorado down in order and got a strikeout as well. Right-hander in his 3rd year with the Vibes. Misses inside, and Holmes gets ahead 2-1. Northern Colorado looking for their first home win of the year, and 3rd time is the charm. At least that's the hope as Holmes backs out of the way of the 3-1 fastball as Trey Morrell getting his first look at the strike zone from 60 feet 6 inches. 3-1 on the way. Fastball grooves in for strike 2. And the count run full. Holmes has to protect here. Payoff pitch on the way. Yeah, that's strike 3. Holmes rung up. And the interesting part, at least from up here, is Holmes was not rung up on the pitch. That was on the swing. So 1 away. And so Omar Velos will step in. And that pitch, it's a fastball uppercut, top of the zone, looked pretty good from up here. So if that had not been ruled a swing, I don't know what Les Lancaster would have done. Probably gotten tossed, quite frankly. as that's in for strike one. Velos 1 for 3 today with an RBI base hit. Single to right center in the fifth. Pulled the Owls back to within 5-3. Here Velos will lash one foul down the first base side. And Trey Morrell, the right-hander, has quite the arsenal. Omar representing the tying run here. The Vibes offense finishing with 5 runs on 7 hits. Kenny Carrillo, a pair of scoreless innings in relief to give the Owls a chance here in their last at-bat. Velos, a foul tip. He's down on strikes. Back-to-back swinging strikeouts, and the Owls down to their final out here in the bottom of the 7th. And it looks like Northern Colorado will have a pinch hitter, as it appears that Matt Fabian will hit in place of Marquise Jackson. The big bat off the bench, certainly a guy that he can tie into one. Can tie us all up at Cinco. Manny Jackson in the on-deck circle as well. First pitch from Morrell, to Fabian, misses up and in. Outfield playing deep. Well, as deep, I suppose, as the dimensions will allow. Again, 352 to the gaps and 378 to center field. Fabian was not expecting the off-speed there, frozen by the curveball. The count 1-1. One on the way from the right-hander. Misses north of the zone. Good take from Fabian. Gets ahead 2-1. One save in one opportunity for Trey Morrell this year as Fabian nubs one in front of the mound. Morrell off of it. He'll whip a throw to first in time, and that is the ball game here in game 1 of the doubleheader. The Rocky Mountain Vibes finish with 5 runs, 7 hits, 0 errors, and 6 runners left on base. Anthony Imhoff will get credit for the win. It's his second of the year. He improves to 2-0. The Vibes on the season improve their overall record to 9-1 and retain their first place advantage in the PBL standings. For the Northern Colorado Owls, they will fall to 1-9. Braylon Jones with 5 strong innings, the tough luck loser. He falls to 0-2. Trey Morrell picks up his second save of the year. The Owls on the ball game finish with 4 runs on 9 hits, 1 error, and they strand at 9 on base in the loss. Time of game this afternoon in Fort Collins, 2 hours and 12 minutes. We'll step aside for a 30-minute break. On the other side, game 2 of this doubleheader here this weekend in Fort Collins. The Vibes take game 1, 5-4. moments away from the start of Game 2 of this doubleheader here this afternoon at City Park in Fort Collins. Brendan Price here with you. A one-run game in Game 1 of the doubleheader. The Vibes walking away with a 5-4 win as they hang on to defeat the Owls. They had 5 runs in the first inning, and after that, Braylon Jones and Kenny Carrillo shut down the Vibe offense, but the Rocky Mountain bullpen got the job done down the stretch in Game 1 of the Twin Bill as Hunter Bryan, Caden Kratz, and Trey Morrell combined for 2 2/3 of scoreless ball. They allowed just 1 base runner in that time to slam the door shut. Game 2, the right-hander Roberto Coronado out on the hill for Northern Colorado. The righty Coronado making his second start of the season comes into play 0-1 with a 16.62 earned run average through 4 1/3 innings, struck out 6 his first time out, and that was down in Colorado Springs last week. But as we saw from Braylon Jones in Game 1, you can turn it around right quick here in start number 2. The right-hander, a 4-pitch mix, a sinker, a curveball, a slider, and a changeup, as he will try and handcuff this Rocky Mountain offense. The starting lineup for the Vibes here in Game 2 of the doubleheader. Carter Booth will lead it off in center field. Kellum Clark will slide over to DH. He'll bat second. Will Butcher will bat third. At first base, Dane Topland in the cleanup spot will bat fourth. Stephen Wilmer back in the lineup. He'll bat fifth in left field. Sam Linscott slides out to right field. He'll bat sixth. Garrett Kieber, the shortstop, in the 7-hole. Tristan Garcia at second base will bat 8th, and Otto Jones doing the catching will bat 9th. So both Austin Chenard getting the rest of the day off, and Gary Laura, who left in the first inning of Game 1, does not return for the Vibes. As Carter Booth set to stand in against the right-hander Roberto Coronado. Get ready to get Game 2 underway this afternoon here at City Park in Fort Collins. First pitch from Coronado, out of the windup, a sinker misses low, and we are underway at 4:56 this afternoon. Coronado kicks and deals, gets that one in for strike 1 to even the count to Booth. Zach Dart calling the balls and strikes. He's behind the plate. Travis Schatzman, our first base umpire, and Brandon Hastings over at third as Coronado misses behind Booth for ball 2. Carter Booth 1 for 3 with a single and a walk in Game 1 of the doubleheader today. Oh, Jiminy. You could hear that one back in Colorado Springs. Wore that sinker right on the backside, and the hit by pitch will give the Vibes their first base runner of the game, and I'm sure that's not how Carter Booth wanted that to go. It's a fair point from the research team behind me, Jordan Freemar. That's probably not how Roberto Coronado wanted the first batter to go either. As Kellum Clark, the DH, will stand in for the Vibes. Clark was also 1 for 4. That probably the starkest difference for the Vibes offense in Game 1 of this Twin Bill today compared to yesterday. As yesterday, Clark and Booth at the top of the lineup card in the 13-6 win accounted for 7 of the team's 13 RBIs, and combined in Game 1 today, the pair 2 for 8. That one misses down and away by Coronado and evens the count to Kellum Clark 1-1. Big thank you to everyone joining us here this afternoon in Fort Collins, whether in person or vicariously through the live stream. As Coronado misses downstairs with the sinker 2-1. He and his brother JC on the roster this year. JC Coronado started 2023 with the Owls. That one misses outside for ball 3. Roberto was on track to join the Owls in 2023. An arm injury precluded him from being able to do so. But the Coronado Twins making their way back to Windsor. 3-1 from Coronado. Yeah, he went swing and a miss for strike 2. So full count for Clark. We'll see if Booth is on the move. He's got the powder blue oven mitt going on there. He'll stay put. Coronado misses outside. A hit by pitch and a walk to start things off for the Vibes here in the top half of the first inning. And this was the story in Game 1. Rocky Mountain finished the ball game with 5 runs on 7 hits. They had 5 runs on 5 hits at the end of 1 inning in the first game of the doubleheader today. And after that, Braylon Jones and Kenny Carrillo authored 6 scoreless frames, allowing just 2 hits between them and striking out 5. But the Owl offense just could not get going against the Vibes bullpen. As Butcher takes the first pitch strike. And time called. And the reminder that without pickoffs, owing to the steepness of the mound, you don't have to go out of the stretch. And Butcher will flip this foul down the first base line. It'll get up over into the parking lot and out of play. The defensive outlook for the Owls: Matt Fabian at first, Quint Landis at second, TJ McKenzie at short, Kyle Jenkins at third, Gordon Richardson in left, Traylon Holmes in center, Evan Slight moves to right field, Manny Jackson doing the catching, and the aforementioned Roberto Coronado out on the bump. The 0-2. And Butcher will twist this into left field. Richardson charging in. It dies on the grass, up and throwing. Cut off by Jenkins. It's an RBI single for Butcher. And wash, rinse, repeat here in the first inning as the Vibes have the first run of the ball game with 3 consecutive base runners. Now, Dane Tofflin will stand in. And again, this was a carbon copy almost of Game 1. The first 5 batters reached base. And it was 4-0 before the Owls recorded an out. Sinker misses down and in for Roberto Coronado for ball 1. Swing and a miss there from Toppland, opened up. And Coronado evens the count. It's exactly what you want to see with the arsenal that Coronado has. It's prone to producing ground balls. As he misses low here, good block by Jackson, keeps the runners at first and second as well. The Owls turned a pair of double plays in Game 1 of the doubleheader today. That was one of the things that short-circuited the Vibe rally in both the second and the third innings. 2-1 on the way from Coronado. And that one's flied into right center field. Slight off the bat will shade in and make the catch for out number 1. So Evan Slight, after DHing in his Owl debut in the first game of the doubleheader, out in the outfield here for Game 2. As left fielder Stephen Wilmer will stand in. Wilmer had Game 1 of the doubleheader off. First pitch from Coronado, tries to go down and in at the knees, missed the spot. The count 1-0. And now Jackson out to talk it over with Coronado. Wilmer on the year batting .263, 5 for his first 19. 3 runs batted in for the switch-hitting outfielder in his third tour of duty here in the PBL. And now Ray King is out to talk with Jackson and Coronado. Not sure if it's going through the signals or if they feel like something's up with the mound, or it's a mound issue. Ray King is out there scuffing around the dirt out on the hill. Coronado trying to get comfortable out there. It's a bit steeper of a mound. It's a 12-inch mound and not a 10-inch mound, which, in the grand scheme of things, may not sound like a lot, but when your muscle memory gets you used to doing something hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of times, even the slightest difference in change at times can wreak havoc with the psyche a little bit. Coronado kicks and deals, and Wilmer flips that foul down the third base line out of play. Split last year with Oakland and Rocky Mountain. Part of that massive 6-player deal that the Vibes in the second half were chasing a playoff spot for most of the second half, and that 6-player deal that got them Halsema, Wilmer, and Austin Davis was a big piece in helping the lineup grab some fireworks down the stretch. Ultimately, just too big of an early deficit from late July to overcome, as Coronado clips the outside edge and evens the count 2-2. Coronado kicks and deals. Wilmer will golf one-on-one hop. Landis the turn, and he throws it away. And instead of a possible double play ball, the Owls will walk away with nobody out on the sequence, and the bases are loaded with one away. It was a tough play. Landis on the spin rushed the throw to second base. And with the runner at first, Will Butcher holding, Landis may have had more time to make that turn than he anticipated. And now Sam Linscott will get to hit with the bases juiced. Sinker down and in, misses. That ball breaks in towards the right-handed batter. It's Coronado's lone start this year through 4 1/3 innings. Gave up 7 hits, walked 5, and struck out 6. Here he misses down and away, gets away from Jackson. Coronado didn't cover the plate. The throw was late all the same. And the second run of the ball game comes across. Everyone else will advance 90 feet. Sam Linscott starting in back-to-back ball games, 0 for 2 with a walk and an RBI. First game of the doubleheader today. Here he takes a strike on the outside edge. Coronado gets back into the at-bat at 2-1. Coronado gets the sign from Jackson. Rocks and fires, misses below the knees. That one in the dirt. And the count 3-1 with Garrett Kieber waiting on deck. And the batter, Sam Linscott, will call time. Well, the Vibes. Linscott will flip this one shallow right field. Slight on the run. Makes the catch. And the runner at third base stops and starts is Will Butcher. And a great throw on line from Slight. Keeps Butcher at third. 2 away now as the runners stay home as Garrett Kieber stands in. And the Vibes off to a 9-1 start. Have already guaranteed themselves a season series win over the Owls. As Kieber knocked that off of Jackson's mask and straight back. It's been a tough series over the last couple days for the catchers. Austin Chenard got drilled with a foul tip in the first game of the doubleheader yesterday. Quint Landis took a beating back there in game one today for the Owls. As Coronado strides home, and a good block by Jackson behind the dish. There's a fair bit of real estate behind home plate. Saw in game one, Marquise Jackson stopped and started on his way down the third base line before deciding to come home. That one in for strike two. Keeber 1 for 2 with a walk, a strikeout, and an RBI single in game one of the doubleheaders. He continues to rack up RBIs at Northern Colorado's expense. Here he'll poke one foul straight back. Keeber comes into play batting .467, 13 RBIs already for Keebs. For a Vibes offense that's hitting almost 400 as a team. And here Keeber will lash one into right center field. Long run and a leap. It's over slight, and it'll roll up against the 352 sign in the right center field gap. And Keeber will add 2 more RBIs to his resume, and the Vibes have a 4-0 lead here on the top of the first. As Garrett Keeber continues to pulverize Owl pitching. As Tristan Garcia stands in, and he'll poke one off the end of the bat. Jenkins at third, the throw across the diamond, the stretch by Fabian, and the side retired here in the top of the first. 4 runs on 2 hits, 1 error, and 1 runner left on base. The Owls will get their first turn to bat, staring at a 4-0 deficit. Bottom of the first, TJ McKenzie, Kyle Jenkins, and Evan Slight due up for the Owls. That's the top 3 in the lineup card for Dimitri Young this afternoon. Kai Mooney, the DH, will bat cleanup. Manny Jackson, the catcher, batting 5th. Quint Landis, the second baseman, in the 6th spot. Matt Fabian at first base will bat 7th. Traylon Holmes in center field will bat 8th. And Gordon Richardson will round it out, batting 9th out in left field. That's the task facing the left-hander, Craig Scherer, 1-0 on the year. And his previous start against Northern Colorado was excellent. Scherer Through 7 innings, allowed just 1 earned run. Scattered 7 hits and a couple walks there. Watch out. McKenzie ripped one off the top of the bat, foul towards the Vibe dugout for strike 1. Scherer also struck out 9. A 1 to McKenzie. Look out again. Late on that one and sliced it foul over the Rocky Mountain dugout and out of play. TJ 1 for 4 in game 1 today. The RBI base hit to center field in the 2nd inning. Scherer gets the sign, kicks and deals. And McKenzie right back up the middle, a base hit. And the leadoff man aboard for the Owls here in the bottom half of the 1st inning, trying to cut into an early 4-0 deficit. And now it's Kyle Jenkins, who had game 1 of the doubleheader off.
Now batting, the third baseman, Kyle Jenkins.
And looking around the scores elsewhere in the Pioneer League, that's got to be a misprint, right? Billings defeated Idaho Falls 30-10. Holy jumping. As Jenkins takes ball 1 low in the, that can't be right. Well, they have a line score, 30 runs on 30 hits for the Mustangs. That'll certainly overinflate the batting totals a touch. It's good news for Northern Colorado. That's where they're headed next. As that one up and in on the hands to Jenkins for ball 2 with the fastball. That's unbelievable. Were there any errors? There had to have been errors. 2 errors on each. The PBL is not for the faint of heart, folks, especially out on the hill, as Jenkins hacks at the fastball, a wave and a miss. The count 2-1. And we talk about that on the regular, and Mustangs had a guy that went 7 for 7. Drove in. Yeah, that's something you could put on the accomplishments section of your resume. 7 for 7 with 8 runs batted in. Unbelievable. 2-2 on the way from Scherer, right through the 5-hole on Jones, and back to the screen. McKenzie will take second base, and the count full to Jenkins. Oh, Kyle Jenkins trying to plate the Owls' first run of the ball game. It's making sure that Zach Dart is ready to go before he steps back into the box. Payoff pitch from Scherer to Jenkins. Ring him up. Fastball down and away at the knees for out number 1. So Scherer gets the backwards K, and that'll bring up Evan Slight. One of 3 lefties in the lineup against fellow left-hander Craig Scherer today. 5 years at the University of Albany for Scherer. Was in the MLB Draft League last year with the Trenton Thunder. As here, a slider looping in, and Slight will foul it off out of play. Doubled in his first at bat as an Owl in the 2nd inning of game 1. He flipped one into the right field corner. Here he'll sky one, might be playable down the third base line, over to the rail, and reaching over trying to make the play was Tofflin. Ran out of real estate though. And Slight stays alive. Slight trying to plate the first Owl run of the ball game here, just underway in the bottom of inning number 1. Split his time in college at Rutgers in Alabama. Scherer's delivery, and Slight will roll this one to first. Backing up to make the play was Butcher. He'll flip it to Scherer, covering the bag for the 3-1 putout. McKenzie advances to third. And that'll bring up the designated hitter, Kai Moody.
Now batting, the designated hitter, Kai Moody.
Moody had the home run streak snapped in game one of the Twin Bill. Still had a very productive day. 2 for 3 with a double, a single, a walk, and a run. And a shuffle in the Owls order today is most of the year, Draylon Holmes has hit behind Moody. And in game one, even with the production at the plate from the Owl designated hitter, he just didn't see a lot to hit with Holmes directly behind him. And so a little tweak as Manny Jackson will slide up into that 6 hole. Scherer behind Moody 2-0. I think that's about where the count should be. Maybe not in that order of pitches. 2-1. Scherer kicks and fires. And Moody will line this one fair inside the bag, down the third baseline and into the left field corner. Moody on the move. The throw in from left is late. It's a stand-up double for Kai Moody, who just keeps cooking at the plate. 10 for 25 now on the year for the Owls, as Manny Jackson will stand in a 4-1 ball game. Jackson was in the on-deck circle in game one when Matt Fabian grounded out to end the ball game. The 5-4 Vibes win in the first game of the doubleheader. Here, a healthy swing and miss at the off-speed for strike one. Manny enters play today, batting .263, 5 for his first 19 with 3 RBIs. It's a beautiful front door breaking ball in for strike two. We saw that profile from Anthony Imhoff in game one. When he had the curveball working, the Owls were in trouble. Scherer trying to manipulate the zone with that slider. 0-2 to Jackson, misses away, wastes a pitch there. And he's also towing up a bit of the dirt in the landing zone out on the mound. 1-2 on the way from Scherer. And Jackson will fight this off foul into the parking lot over the press box. 19 pitches in this first inning for Scherer. And both teams have been able to relatively limit how deep they've had to dig into their bullpen across the doubleheaders this weekend, as Jackson waves and misses at strike three, and that'll retire the side in the first. The Owls get 1 run on 2 hits, no errors, and strand a runner on base. An inning complete, both teams on the board. It's 4-1 Vibes here in Fort Collins. Top of the second inning here from City Park in Fort Collins. Old friend Ben Shoemate stopping by between innings. It's a closer commute from Fort Collins. So, he figured he'd stop by, catch a few innings. Coronado skips ball one in. Otto Jones, Carter Booth, and Kellum Clark due up here in the top half of the second inning. And that one wrapped down the third baseline. That is a fair ball past the dive of Jenkins, who had to manipulate his way around the third base umpire, Brandon Hastings. And Jones, hustling, has a double off the hop. And they're going to keep the baseballs, I believe. Yeah, that's Jones, his first professional hit. So Jones pulls one inside the bag down the third base line. And now he's dancing all around off of second base. And that one down and away for ball one. And I believe the first base umpire, Travis Schatzman, is letting him know about the extracurriculars off the bag. Again, with that elevated mound. No one able to steal or bunt. Or pick off, as that one Booth will slow roll it. McKenzie ranges to his left to throw across the diamond in time for out number one. It's a productive out, as Booth will move the runner Jones into third base and 90 feet away from home. And good play and good range there by McKenzie again, trying to get acclimated to the shortstop position. An outfielder by trade. And plays like that, you can see the potential from McKenzie at the shortstop position. Moves very well laterally. As Coronado misses away to Kellum Clark for ball one. Clark walked in, came around to score in the first inning. And here Coronado deals, and Clark a laser to straightaway center field. Holmes ranges back on the run. He'll make the catch. It's a sacrifice fly and an RBI for the Vibes, who for the first time today score after the first inning, and it's 5-1. So Will Butcher will stand in. And it's the kind of inning here for Roberto that you'd love to see get Butcher, get this third out, limit the damage to the one base runner. That one, a fastball up and in on the hands to Butcher for ball one. Saw that from Braylon Jones in the first game of this doubleheader, where Braylon Jones settled in after giving up the 5 in inning number one. Didn't allow a run the rest of the way. Didn't allow a hit the rest of the way. As Coronado gets the swing and miss from Butcher, the count 2-1. Roberto working quickly and powers another one past the Vibe first baseman, who's 1 for 1, an RBI base hit to center field, or to left field rather, in his first at bat. And here Butcher dribbles one about 15 feet foul, just to the left of home plate. It's a busy baseball day around the state of Colorado today. The Rockies were attempting to play baseball. They've fallen to 9-49 on the year, as Butcher a rocket into the left field corner, and that one will kick off the base of the wall. Richardson will field it. The throw in, Butcher. Oh man, that play was close at second base. I think a bit of an optical illusion. Might have thought the ball bounced over the fence for a ground rule double. Instead, it's one of the in the park variety with the head first slide. State championship games played today. Coleridge High School winning their first ever boys title in any sport. They won the 3A classification. Golden winning their first state title in boys baseball in nearly 20 years at the 4A level, and Cherry Creek repeating as the 5A state champion. As that one in for strike one to Dane Toplin. Forge Christian winning the state title at the 2A level this weekend as well. That one misses down and away, evens the count 1-1 to Toplin, who flew out to right field in the first inning. Owlz, their final home game of the weekend before they head to Billings, as Toplin will ground a base hit, kicks off the infield grass, takes a terrific hop for Richardson, who hits the cutoff man Jenkins. Butcher holding at third, perhaps a bit leery after his previous base running adventure. So the Owls had 3 outfield assists across the 2 games yesterday. Didn't record one in game 1 today here in the doubleheader. Stephen Wilmer stands in, reached base on an E4, grounded the ball to Quint Landis in the first inning. And Wilmer hits one, a towering drive. If it's fair, it's gone, and it's fair. A 3-run home run for Stephen Wilmer, a rocket into the corner over the scoreboard. And the Vibes on top, 8-1 here in the top of the second inning. A high, majestic fly ball for Wilmer, his first home run of the year. And the Owls watch the deficit grow. Sam Linscott will stand in. Linscott also flew out to right field in his first at-bat here. Bends out of the way of a fastball up and in. Again, today, the last time these two teams will meet until the penultimate week of the regular season. 2-0 the count to Sam Linscott, and they will have played 11 of their 12 head-to-head meetings. The second game of the doubleheader down in the Springs was rained out as Linscott, a healthy swing, fouls it off to the screen. 2-1 the count from Roberto Coronado. RC working quickly, and Linscott tattoos one into the next time zone into left center field. Back-to-back home runs for the Vibes have made it 9-1. Garrett Kieber will stand in as the Vibes continue the power surge, their second home run of the inning. Game 1 today is the first time here at City Park that the Vibes have been held homerless. As that one misses down and into Garrett Kieber, who doubled in 2 with a shot to the right center field gap in the first inning. Coronado works quickly, gets a strike at the bottom of the zone. Kieber, 16 RBIs now at the Owls' expense. And here he'll dribble one foul down the third base line. And Kieber's done that in the 7-hole pretty consistently for the Vibes in just the now 11th game of the year. He had 39 RBIs for the Owls in all of last season. 1-2 on the way. Misses away. Doesn't entice Kieber to chase. He's got a good eye at the plate. Walked more than he struck out early on in the campaign. 2-2 from Coronado on the way. Up and in, Kieber takes again, and that'll run the count full. Payoff pitch on the way from Roberto Coronado. Misses at the top of the zone. Kieber will draw the walk. And 5 straight base runners for the Vibes with 2 away here in the top of the second. Double, single, home run, and walk will bring up Tristan Garcia, the 9th vibe of the inning, to bat. And Garcia will roll this over to second. Landis will pick it up. The throw over to Fabian at first in time to retire the side. It's a Rocky Mountain power surge. 5 runs on 5 hits, no errors, and a runner left on base. Will head to the bottom of the second. The Vibes have opened up a 9-1 lead. Landis, Fabian, and Holmes 2 up for the Owls here in the bottom of the second as Craig Scherer, has quite a bit more cushion here headed into the bottom of the second than he did the bottom of the first. A 9-1 scoreline after back-to-back home runs in the top of the second inning. And first ball hunting Landis. What a pick by Keeper on the in-between hop and the backhand. 1 pitch, 1 out. That's Garrett Keeper in a nutshell, folks. As Matt Fabian will stand in. Fabian 0 for 1 in the first game of the doubleheader today. Pinch hit in the bottom of the 7th inning with the bases empty and 2 away. Grounded out to the pitcher, Trey Morrell. And that ended the ball game as Fabian takes a first pitch fastball low. Scherer misses down and in here. And with the advantage, this is where, if you're the left-hander, you can be a little bit more aggressive towards the middle portions of the strike zone if you want to be. Strike 1 on the outside edge. Jones brought it back, similar to a call that the Owls got in the top half of the inning. 2-1 from Scherer. Same spot, same result, 2-2. Some assorted moans and groans from the Owl faithful. If I'm Scherer, why not go back to the same spot? Gets Fabian to chase in the dirt, the off speed. Swung on and missed. 3rd K of the day for Scherer. 2 up, 2 down here in the bottom of the second. We'll bring up center fielder Draylon Holmes. Holmes takes the first pitch strike. 1 for 4 with a single and a strikeout in the first game of the Twin Bill, and stumbling a bit after that swing and foul tip straight back. He's trying to stretch something out. And still not comfortable with his maneuverability. We'll step back into the right-handed batter's box. First pitch, or rather the 0-2, Holmes shoots that straight back, and he still doesn't look very comfortable in the batter's box. Holmes will stand back in against Scherer and deal. Holmes a ground ball to third, and that one, well, looking around with Dane Totlin trying to figure out how in the world that got under his glove. And we'll see if it's a hit or an error. I mean, that ball took off and skipped off the edge of the infield grass, and Totlin looked down at his glove like, how in the world did that make it through? Well, looks like it'll be ruled a hit for Holmes with 2 away. And Gordon Richardson, who cuts and misses a foul tip for strike 1. Richardson had the best opportunities of any Owl in game 1. He hit with the bases loaded in the 3rd, and with 2 runners aboard in the 5th, was able to plate one of those runners in the 5th inning with an RBI base hit that brought the Owls to within a run. But that was where the offense stopped for the Navy in gold, as Scherer misses up and away to even the count 1-1 to Richardson. Richardson played his college ball at Cal Lutheran, just outside the LA area. 2-1 the count to Gordon. Scherer trying to navigate around the 2-out base hit. Backdoor breaking ball misses, and the count 3-1. Scherer peering in ever so slightly. I guess that was ball 4. I certainly thought that was ball 3. But Richardson will work the 2-out walk. Goes to show, what do I know up here? Shortstop TJ McKenzie will stand in. McKenzie 1 for 1, drilled a single to straightaway center field on the first pitch in his first at bat. Takes a fastball outside. Jones will hold it into the left-handed batter's box. And now Jones, Les Lancaster going to go out, and they're going to talk with Craig Scherer. And I think they're just making sure that everything's all good to go. And again, with the 12-inch mound, these pitchers have to get accustomed to a different drop point, different delivery point, landing zone, and you just, again, never know how guys are going to adjust to that as the start progresses. McKenzie will stand in and try and get the Owls some 2-out runs here, trailing 9-1. TJ making sure with the home plate umpire, Zach Dart, that he can step back in. 1-0 on the way from Scherer. And McKenzie lifts it foul and out of play down the first base line. McKenzie again, now he's might have something in his eye. We're at that time of day where the bugs start to roll in. 1-1 delivery from Scherer. And McKenzie will dribble this to third. Totlin will gather it up, whip a throw across the diamond in time to set down McKenzie and retire the side. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 2 runners left on base. We'll head to the top of the 3rd inning. The Owls trailing the Vibes 9-1. Otto Jones will lead off the top of the third inning. Doubled and got his first professional hit in the second. Popped one just inside the bag down the left field line. Here, a wave and a miss at strike one. Coronado working quickly and gets ahead of Jones, 0-2. Whiffs on a couple of sliders. Coronado gets the side. Missed up and in with the fastball. Watch out. Jackson's throw towards the mound, a little low. That one misses down and away, and Jones works the count back even. So the Owls heading to Billings next week as Jones set down by way of the K for out number one here in the top of the third. The Vibes will take on Yuba Sutter. They'll be back at home at Block Tickets Park, as they will not have their back-to-back home series until the end of July. Again, the PBL switching that scheduling tweak up last year, where instead of it always alternating home and away, everyone had a stretch of 12 straight at home and 12 straight on the road. As Coronado falls behind Carter Booth 2-1. Booth rips that straight back foul to even the count. Some of the long shadows starting to make their way behind home plate and in portions of the outfield. 2-2 from Roberto Coronado. Slider misses down and away to run the count full. As the Vibes have drawn 2 walks and had a hit by pitch in the first 2 innings. Payoff pitch from Coronado. Watch out, up near the eyeball and missing for ball 4. And Booth will draw the free pass. So he's reached base twice in 3 plate appearances with the hit by pitch and the walk, as Kellum Clark will stand in from the left side of the plate. Coronado stride step delivery, and Clark will fly this foul down the third base line. It's a long strike one for the Vibe designated hitter. 0 for 0. Walked and scored in the first and delivered a sacrifice fly to center field in the second. It was the second out of the inning that emptied the bases, and check swing hits the bat in on the hands for Clark for strike 2. Emptied the bases with 2 away in the top of the second, and felt like Roberto Coronado, was close to getting out of danger here. A line shot to left, a leap, and it's off the glove of Richardson and off the fence in left field. Motoring to third is Booth. Coming into second is Kellum Clark, as Richardson had to go above and beyond to make that leaping stab. Couldn't quite reel it in. And it'll be a double for Clark, as action in the Owl bullpen. Max Marleveld is up and tossing the southpaw for Dimitri Young. And that will bring up Will Butcher. Halfway to the cycle, single and a double on the resume. Oh dear, that one clipped. That was a 2-for-1. It hit Butcher on the shoulder and then Karen back and clipped Jackson in the mask. And the bases are loaded with nobody out for Dane Toplin. And this is not the guy you want to load the bases for That's particularly true with just one away. Tofflin 1 for 2. Fly out to right in the first, a single in the second. Coronado kicks and deals. And Tofflin, a fair ball inside the bag at third, down the left field line and into the corner. This will plate 2. It's a 2-run base hit for Tofflin, and the Vibes have hit double digits here in the third inning and lead 11-1. And Dimitri Young is slowly making his way out to the mound, and this may be all for Roberto Coronado here this evening in Fort Collins. A tough outing for the right-hander, as the Owls will make a call to the bullpen and a pitching change. Max Marleveld will take over. We'll step aside. 11-1 Vibes in the top of the third. You're watching Northern Colorado Owls baseball. So the left-hander Max Marleveld will take over on the hill for the Owls. He'll inherit a pair of base runners from Roberto Coronado. First pitch misses up and away by Marleveld. 4-1. Second appearance of the year. First out of the bullpen for the left-hander. He threw 4 innings, gave up 4 runs on 7 hits, and walked 4 in his first start of the year. There's that big looping curveball. Probably the best pitch in the Southpaw's arsenal, fouled off by Wilmer to the backstop. Evens the count 1-1. Marleveld, a second-year pro, 28 years old, from Rutherford, New Jersey. Goes with the fastball and misses low for ball 2 to Wilmer. It's a 5-pitch mix for the lefty. A 4-seam fastball, a 2-seam fastball. Curveball, slider, and a change. Wilmer tattooed a 3-run home run into the right field corner in the second inning. Really the hit that broke the game open. It's Roberto Coronado's final, well, mostly final line anyway. 2 1/3, 9 hits allowed, 3 walks and a strikeout. As mentioned, the 2 runners, Butcher and Tofflin, on base. Still the responsibility of the right-hander, at least as far as the statisticians are concerned. Marlaveld deals on the full count pitch. Look what I found on the comebacker. 1-5, and the throw across the diamond late. Marlaveld, I don't think he could decide right away if he wanted to try and turn 2 or cut down the lead runner. He'll get the lead runner, Butcher. Wilmer at first base on the fielder's choice. Runners at first and second, and 2 away for Sam Linscott. Linscott and Wilmer went back-to-back in the second inning. Linscott's home run over the wall in left center field. As Marlaveld misses down and in for ball 1. Linscott trying to reach base here. A comebacker skips off the infield into center field. Jackson up and throwing. A missile cut off by Fabian at the mound. It'll hold Butcher, or rather Tomlin, at third. And the bases are juiced for Garrett Kieber.
Shortstop, Garrett Kieber.
Kieber 1 for 1, a 2-run double to right center field and a walk in his 2 plate appearances so far today. And the last time he hit with the bases loaded was down in the Springs. Drilled an opposite field grand slam. First pitch from Marlaveld. Kieber takes a fastball for strike 1. The left-hander trying to extricate himself from a jam here with 2 away. He's on the front foot with Kieber ahead 0-2 in the count. Trying to leave the bases loaded here in the top of the third inning with 2 already home as Kieber slices one foul down the first base line. And now Jackson is going to go out and chat with the left-hander about the signs. So Marlaveld again started on Saturday for the Owls against the Vibes. Hasn't appeared since then. It's one of the 5-6 starters the Owls have used already this season. As Kieber will call time here. It's Roberto Coronado, Johan Castillo, Ubaldo Romo, Noel Soto, Braylon Jones, and Max Marlaveld have all started ball games for Dimitri Young's Owls. A backdoor curveball and a beauty. Sets down Kieber on 3 pitches, and the side retired in the third. 2 runs on 2 hits, no errors, and 3 runners left on base. The Vibes add to their tally and lead 11-1. Kyle Jenkins will lead off the bottom of the third for the Owls, followed by Slight and Moody. First pitch, Jenkins will foul that off down the left-hand side for strike one. Struck out looking in his first at-bat against Craig Scherer. 0-1 fastball misses down the way to Jenkins, the one-time Idaho Falls Chucker. Fair bit of Chucker influence on the roster this year. Jenkins spent time there. Brandon Boning and Owen Wilson on the coaching staff. Comebacker off the glove of Scherer. Toplin charges, and he'll eat it, and it's an infield hit for Jenkins. Scherer was able to stab at it, got a piece of it with the glove, and if the infield grass played a little bit firmer, Toplin may have had a play. But as it stands, Evan Slight will stand in with nobody out and a runner aboard. Front door breaking ball misses downstairs to Slight. The count 1-0. Scherer, quick peek over at first base. And Slight will knock this one into right center field to the wall, and that will short hop the fence. Booth will dig it up out of the warning track. Jenkins gets the wave. The relay from Keeber is in time. A picture-perfect relay. 8-6-2. Jenkins cut down at the plate. Well, Booth struggled at first to grasp that on the warning track, but able to scoop it up, hit Keeber right in the chest, and Garrett fired home the throw right to Otto Jones, who slapped the tag on Jenkins, and the Owls' potential second run of the ball game cut down at home plate. One away as Slight stands at second. Scherer's first pitch to Kai Moody takes strike one. Moody doubled in a run in the first inning, punched one into the left field corner. Here Moody trying to do the same thing. Flies that foul down the first base side. And it's an 0-2 hole for the Owl DH. It's a partial Game 2 rest. Don't have to go out in the field and bake in the sun. Scherer kicks and deals. Moody rolls one over on 3 hops. Tough play for Keeber. The throw across in time makes it look easy for out number 2. Moody hustling down the line, unable to beat it out. And that'll bring up the catcher, Manny Jackson. Jackson chased a slider for strike 3. In his only at bat in the first inning. Here a foul tip for strike 1 pops in and out of the glove of Jones. Scherer trying to work his second consecutive scoreless inning. Misses outside here to Manny to even the count 1-1. Jackson played in the draft league at State College last year. Flies that foul. Just 23 years of age. We talked about how the vibes in terms of just the age, the experience, a little bit more long in the tooth than this Owls side. Jackson, one of a number of rookies on this Owl roster. 1-2 on the way from Scherer. And Jackson will ground this to first base. Butcher comes off the bag and hustling over to cover and make the play is Scherer. The 3-1 putout retires the side in the third. No runs on 2 hits. No errors and 1 runner left on base. Excuse me. We'll head to the top of the fourth. The Rocky Mountain in control on top, 11-1. Tristan Garcia will lead off the top of the fourth for the Vibes against the Southpaw Max Marlaveld, who entered in relief and cleaned up behind Roberto Coronado, whose final full line, 2 1/3, allows 9 hits, 9 earned runs, walks 3 and strikes out 1. And that sure looked like it nearly glanced Garcia on the way through. 2-0 the count from Marlaveld. Garcia, the only Vibe that is not reached base today. And he's quickly in the driver's seat ahead 3-0. Marlaveld, get me over strike, does the trick. Garcia grounded out to third in the first and grounded out to second in the second. 3-1 delivery. Garcia will loft that foul behind the press box out of play and run the count full. So Marlaveld battling back after falling in the early 3-0 hole to a guy that was almost a 400 hitter for his career in college. And he wears that on the shoulder, and that one also, again, redirected and hit Manny Jackson in the mask. And the Vibes, for the 3rd time across the 2 games today and the 6th time across the 2 doubleheaders, have been hit by a pitch. And again, it's one of those things that even without any intent, right, the more it happens, the more frustrated you get. Was it last year, maybe the year before that, where Gunnar Henderson got drilled, trick shot off the backstop and right back into the infield for strike 1, where an Oriole hitter got drilled in on the hands. It wasn't intentional, but Baltimore at that juncture had had enough of the Yankees hitting them. Went to a benches clearing disagreement between the 2 teams. Marlaveld's curveball swung on and missed by Otto Jones for strike 1. The catcher 1 for 2, doubled down the left field line in the second and struck out swinging in the third. The only strikeout for Roberto Coronado during his outing. Jones made the Vibes out of the Pioneer League tryout in Arizona in mid-April. And he'll roll this one down the third base line, foul again for strike 2. Played at D2 School Washburn in Topeka, competing for the Ichabods. It's Icarus that got too close to the sun. I know that from mythology class. I don't know what an Ichabod is. I'll have to look that up. As Jones will roll this one foul down the third base side. Marlaveld gets the sign from Jackson. Kicks and fires, misses outside to even the count to the Vibe catcher. Marlaveld moving quickly. Man, oh man, where did that curveball miss? Count runs full. That's, again, that curveball is the lefty's best pitch and dropped it right off the table. Man, didn't get that one either. And Jones will work the walk. And after the hit by pitch and the free pass, runners on first and second, and nobody out, and the lineup card will turn over for Carter Booth. Booth 0 for 1 with 2 runs in 3 plate appearances. He was hit by a pitch and walked. And here takes the first pitch strike at the bottom of the zone. Love a double play here for Marlaveld. That one misses low for ball 1, evens the count. Elsewhere around the Pioneer League, we mentioned Billings. The offense excellent in the red zone, a 30-10 win over Idaho Falls. Curveball, that one's nubbed to second. Landis has just one play. That's going to first. Fabian has to reach across the body, makes the play on the ground out. One away, as Garcia and Jones will both advance. Grand Junction and Oakland are tied at 1 apiece. That game in the bottom of the third. Yuba Sutter and Ogden have yet to get underway. Same with Boise and Great Falls. And lastly, Glacier against Missoula. Kellum Clark stands in 1 for 1. A walk and a run in the first, a sacrifice fly and an RBI in the second, and he doubled and scored in the third. 4th plate appearance in 4 innings, very late on the fastball, swings and misses. Clark lifts one down the line in left field, and that one will get into the Owl bullpen out of play. Marlaveld there came almost from a sidearm angle with that. Try and change the eye level and the comfort level of the hitter. And here Clark again will lift one down the left field line. That is a long run. McKenzie gave it all he had, sliding into the Owl bullpen, but unable to make the catch. Marlaveld trying to work around the back-to-back leadoff base runners. Fastball misses down and in at the knees to Clark, 2-2. With Will Butcher waiting in the on-deck circle. And Clark will pop this up, shallow left field. McKenzie calls off everyone towards the line, reaches up and makes the catch for out number 2. And that will bring up Will Butcher. 2 for 2 with an RBI, a base hit, and a double. Owls trying to hang their first scoreless frame of the ball game. The Vibes with 4 in the first, 5 in the second, and 2 in the third. Here Butcher will dribble this foul down the third base line. And Marlaveld quickly gets ahead 0-2. Marlaveld kicks and deals. Butcher reaches out. Defensive swing there. Stays alive. Knocks one foul down the first base line. It's the Vibes trying to keep building themselves an early cushion in the standings. They've got a 1.5 game lead over Idaho Falls right now, a 2-game lead over Yuba Sutter. And these are the kinds of series that can make or break whether or not a team qualifies for the postseason, as Butcher launches one into right field. Sliding in, makes the catch on the line out to retire the side. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 2 runners left on base. Marlaveld authors a scoreless 4th. We'll head to the bottom half, 11-1, Rocky Mountain on top. Landis, Fabian, and Marquise Jackson due up for the Owls here in the bottom of the 4th. Work to do for the Northern Colorado offense against Craig Scherer, who will try and match Anthony Imhoff with 2 wins and 2 starts against the Owls, as Landis takes the first pitch ball inside. Landis grounded out to short on the first pitch he saw in the 2nd inning. And here he'll rip one into left field on a bounce. It'll fall in front of Wilmer for a base hit. And the Owls have the leadoff man aboard. That'll bring up Matt Fabian.
Now batting, the first baseman, Matt Fabian.
Fabian 0 for 1. He struck out swinging in the 2nd inning. Just waiting for him to get the bat comfortable. Can supply some serious power for the Owls at that first base position. Gets ahead of Scherer 1-0. That one hits Fabian. Well, it's been a common theme so far tonight. That is the 4th hit batsman between these two teams. The first, however, by the lefty Scherer. And Marquise Jackson will get his first at bat after coming in as a defensive replacement for Draylon Holmes, who gutted out his at bat in the 2nd, but just didn't look comfortable after the foul tip for the 2nd strike. Tried to stretch out whatever the issue was, went out to center field, and when Dimitri Young made the pitching change, also elected to take Draylon Holmes out of the game, likely as a precautionary measure with the Owls having Sunday and Monday off before they take on the Billings Mustangs. Jackson whiffs at a first pitch strike. Marquise started game one out in right field. Was 1 for 3 with a base hit and a run before being lifted for a pinch hitter. And excuse me, check swing, 4-6. And that'll be all that the Vibes get. Kieber faked the throw to first to see if he could catch Landis rounding at third. The Vibes will have to be content with the 1 out. Runners at the corners on the fielder's choice as Gordon Richardson stands in. So Richardson, another RBI opportunity, walked in the first. Takes ball 1. Great block by Jones behind home plate. 1-0 to the Owl left fielder, who has started every game this year for Dimitri Young. Not many guys can say that, as Richardson takes ball 2 up and away. Richardson and Holmes have been as consistent as it gets. 2/3 of the Owl outfield. That's in there on the outside edge for strike 1. McKenzie at shortstop has started every game for Northern Colorado as well, the only 3 to have done it. Scherer's breaking ball clips the bottom of the zone, evens the count 2-2 to Richardson. Scherer trying to navigate here through 4. 2-2 off speed pitch, got Richardson looking on the outside edge. A backwards K for Scherer, his 4th strikeout of the night. It's the 2nd out of the inning, and the lineup card will turn over for TJ McKenzie. McKenzie 1 for 2 this evening. First ball swinging. Can't connect there. That one drops off the table for strike 1. A 1 from Scherer on the way, misses down and into McKenzie. Evens the count to the Owl middle infielder. McKenzie played his college ball at Vanderbilt and Georgia Southern. He takes ball 2 upstairs. Transferred his last year. Get a little bit more playing time in his senior season before heading up to Mahoning Valley in the draft league last year. 2-1, catches the bottom of the dirt and the strike zone to even the count. So McKenzie will take a breath, a 2-strike timeout, and lock back in with Jackson off of first and Landis off of third. And now time called. It's Brandon Hastings getting some next stretch work in. Third base umpire shifting over behind the mound. 2-2 skips in, a good block by Jones to run the count full. So with full count, second base open, you have to think Jackson will be on the move here, which could mean anything in the gap. Could be 2 runs for the Owls. Payoff pitch, misses way outside. Scherer yanks the fastball, and that will load the bases here in the bottom of the 4th. Just the second walk issued by the left-hander through 3 2/3, and Kyle Jenkins will stand in. Jenkins 1 for 2 in the ball game. was sent home in the third inning on a gapper by Evan Slight. And was cut down at the plate. Look out. Fastball up and in. Jenkins has to step out of the way for ball one. '67 plate appearances for the Chuckers in Idaho Falls last year. Hit over 300 in a limited sample size here. Grounds one to second. Garcia over to Butcher at first, and the side retired in the fourth. No runs on one hit, no errors, and the Owls leave the bases loaded. We'll head to the top of the fifth. The Vibes in command, up 11-1 in Fort Collins. Top of the fifth, the Owls make a call to the bullpen as the right-hander Elaine Lopez will take over for Dimitri Young, and the Owls trailing 11-1. Max Marveld goes an inning and two-thirds, doesn't allow a hit, walks one and strikes out one behind Roberto Coronado. And it'll be up to the right-hander Elaine Lopez to try and continue here the rest of the way for Northern Colorado, trailing by 10. Lopez making his third appearance of the year, 0-1 on the season. Only thrown 2 innings, however. Allowed 3 hits, walked 2, and struck out 3. He's allowed 4 runs, none of which were earned down in Colorado Springs, as the right-hander falls behind Dayton Toughlin, who's 2 for 3 with 2 RBIs. Lopez deals, and Toughlin fouls that off down the first base side. Lopez, a 4-seam fastball, 2-seam fastball, cutter, and curve for the 22-year-old rookie from Matanzas, Cuba. Here, Toughlin fights off another fastball, foul out of play down the first base side. And it's a different look for the right-hander, or for these Vibe hitters from the right-hander, rather. Lopez, 3 pitches from that fastball family. Not as much emphasis on the breaking stuff as you'll see from other pitchers. Here tries to spin a curveball in, misses up and in to run the count full to Toughlin. Entered plate today, 3rd in the Pioneer League in runs batted in. Lopez shakes off the first sign from Jackson, now gets one he likes, kicks and fires, And the curveball fooled Tofflin, who's out in front of it. And the Albertan down by way of the K. Lopez sets down the first batter, 1 up, 1 down here in the top of the 5th. That'll bring up Stephen Wilmer for the Vibes. Wilmer 1 for 3 today with a 3-run home run. That coming in that 5-run second inning as Lopez gets strike winning over the outside edge. Oh, 1, and Wilmer cranks one into the right field corner. That will fall foul just beyond the Vibe bullpen. Wilmer batting from the right hand or left hand side rather. 2-seamer misses away. Not a bad pitch there from Lopez. Ahead of Wilmer 0-2. You got that 2-seamer with late life breaking away from the hitter. Not the worst pitch in the world there where you can waste one. Tried to go back to the same spot and got it. Rings up Wilmer. Back-to-back strikeouts for Lopez here to start the 5th. Now that was exactly what he wanted to do. Went back to the same spot, brought that in about 5-6 inches, and catches the outside corner of the strike zone. And the base is empty now for right fielder Sam Linscott. 1 for 2 with a solo home run on the account. Curveball down in at the knees for strike 1. It's Lopez trying to author another scoreless inning in relief here for the Owls bullpen. They got 2 scoreless innings from Kenny Carrillo in game 1 of this doubleheader, an inning and 2/3 from Max Marveld as well here in game 2. Lopez on 1-1 will stride home. Up and in. Watch your eye hole. Bending out of the way, Linscott. Lane, first appearance of the weekend. And here Linscott fooled by the curveball. And the count even 2-2. Lopez, now the second to last pitcher to appear this weekend. Still have not seen Ryan Velasquez yet across the 3+ games of the doubleheader. 2-2 on the way from the right-hander Lopez. Giggity, giggity, got him. A foul tip, strike 3, and Lopez strikes out the side in the 5th. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. We'll head to the bottom half of the inning. The Owls looking for some offense, down 11-1. Slight, Moody, and Jackson due up for the Owls here in the bottom of inning number 5. The heart of the Northern Colorado order against Craig Scherer, who's scattered 6 hits and 4 strikeouts across 4 innings. His Slight fouls off the first pitch. 1 for 2, lifted a double into right center field last time up in the 3rd inning. Scherer Slight here, breaks his bat and lofts one over Butcher and into shallow right field. And Evan Slight, not a bad day for a debut. 2 for 3 here in game 2, 1 for 4 in game 1. It's 3 for 7 across the 2 games. For those of you statisticians at home, is Kai Moody ready to step in for his 3rd plate appearance of the ball game. Moody 1 for 2. The RBI double keeps the hitting streak rolling for Kai. First pitch from Scherer to Moody, drops in for strike 1. Moody, a multi-hit game in the first game of the doubleheader, his 3rd of the year. Ties Omar Vilos for the team lead in that category. Vilos getting game 2 off here tonight. A 1 from Scherer to Moody. And that ball lifted foul out of play for strike 2. It's the Owls trying to come from behind in a big way here this evening in Fort Collins. Grab a win here this weekend at home. The Vibes have them on the ropes, though. 11-1 here in the 5th inning. Rocky Mountain with a 12-4 win, a 13-6 win yesterday. 5-4, a 1-run win for Rocky Mountain in the first game of the Twin Bill today. The Owls had the tying run at bat in the bottom of the 7th in the form of Matt Fabian. 0-2 on the way. Moody, good take down and away. Scherer appealing a swing. Well, Travis Schatzman down at first base says he didn't go. Hey, I suppose optimism is key. Scherer kicks and fires, and Moody caught looking on a pitch on the outside edge. A backwards K for Scherer. 5th strikeout of the afternoon, and it's 76 pitches. Manny Jackson will stand in against Scherer, who's trying to work through 5. Anthony Imhoff in game 1 didn't make it out of the 5th inning. He threw 4 1/3, coughed up 8 hits and 4 earned runs, walked 3 and struck out 4. Yesterday, Malik Binns did not make it out of the 5th inning. He got the win for getting through 4. And Riley Phillips didn't make it out of the 2nd inning in the first game of the Twin Bill, as that one skips off of the shoulder of Jones. And all the way back towards the Vibe dugout, the wild pitch will allow Slight to move to 2nd. As Les Lancaster has had to dig into the Vibe bullpen across these 2 days. But Scherer, so far, looking capable enough to go 5+ tonight, should Les Lancaster want it to be that way. Jackson 0 for 2 at the dish with a strikeout and a ground out here. He'll roll one to first base. Butcher will take it to the bag himself for out number 2. Slight advances over to 3rd, and he's 90 feet from home. And that will bring up Quint Landis. Landis 1 for 2. He's made strong contact in both plate appearances today. Sharply grounded out to short in the 2nd and singled to left in the 4th. Backdoor breaking ball in for strike 1 from Scherer, who, as this game has progressed, is using the outside of the plate with a lot more confidence as we've gone on tonight. 0-1 from Scherer. Drops in for strike two, the hammer. And Landis quickly in the hole. 0-2 from Scherer. And Landis will fight it off, stay alive, putting one out of play down the first base line. The California kid through and through, 24 years of age, from Westlake Village. Played his first 3 years of college ball at Pepperdine. And then his senior season at UCLA, just up the hill in Pasadena. 0-2. Landis dribbles one off the bag. Foul down the third base line. It hit Landis in the shin. And the umpires emphatically signaling that that ball was not playable. Scherer gets the sign, misses away. Wanted to go right back to that spot. And it's been there, particularly for the lefty coming into right-handed batters. Skips a 59-foot fastball in for ball two and evens the count to the Northern Colorado second baseman. Zach Dart will dust off home plate. Pretty hard to see where you're throwing without that. Scherer's 84th pitch of the ball game. Misses up and away with the fastball. So Landis, after falling in an 0-2 hole, has worked the count back full. So it'll be the 8th pitch of the at-bat. And Landis nubs it, has some English on it, rolls foul down the first base side. And the 24-year-old rookie putting together one of them professional at-bats. He'll see a 9th pitch in it with the count full and 2 away in the bottom of the 5th. Payoff pitch once more from Scherer. Landis will lift one into left center field on the move. Wilmer in the sun reaches out and makes the grab on the line out in the gap, and that retires the side. No runs on one hit, no errors, and one runner left on base as we march to the final 2 innings. 11-1, Rocky Mountain on top of the Owls. Garrett Kieber will lead off the top of the 6th inning against a new pitcher for the Owls as the right-hander Ryan Velasquez will take over on the hill. His first appearance since May 22nd. Gets strike one downstairs to Kieber. Lopez
Now batting, second baseman, Tristan Garcia.
Sorry, Dalton.
You're good.
Here you go. And then here's a spare monitor battery if you need it.
Grab that too.
Tristan Garcia stands in with Kieber at second after the double to right center field. And Garcia will lift this foul down the third base line. Evens the count 1-1. Right-hander Velasquez, first professional season for the 26-year-old from Canovanas in the Puerto Rico, just down south of Florida in the Caribbean. 2-1 to Garcia. Velasquez, a four-seam fastball, a splitter, and a slider on the menu for the right-hander, who's thrown a scoreless inning in 2/3 so far this year, as that one under and off the glove of Jenkins, an E5. Runners on first and second and nobody out. Here in the top half of inning number 6, Velasquez induced the weak contact, but unable to get the pick from Jenkins at third. So the double play in order for Otto Jones, the Vibe catcher. Jones 1 for 2 with a double, a strikeout, and a walk. Takes a slider for strike one. Velasquez, 2 years at Southeastern. Another Southeastern kid. The Owls like to pluck him from there. As another slider drops in for strike two from Velasquez. The Sun Conference continues to deliver in the Pioneer League. Velasquez was a starter in college and a very good one at that. As Velasquez sets down Jones by way of the K for the first out here in the top of the 6th. Carter Booth will stand in. Booth 0 for 2 with a walk and a hit by pitch. The right-hander Velasquez trying to get back into the groove here. His first outing in over a week out on the hill. Misses down and away here with the fastball for ball one. And Velasquez just one appearance this year, and that was in Colorado Springs back on May 22nd. Through an inning and 2/3, gave up just 2 hits, walked 2 and struck out 2. In relief as Booth flies that foul down the first base line out of play. Owlz trying to hang their third consecutive scoreless inning. Vibes scored all 11 in the first 3 innings as that one chopped off of Booth and fouled for strike 2. 4 in the first, 5 in the second, 2 in the third for Rocky Mountain, and 1 in the first for the Owls. That's been the scoring so far this evening. 11 runs for the Vibes on 10 hits. As the ball got loose from the Vibes bullpen into center field. So Marquise Jackson had to deal with that. 11 runs on 10 hits, no errors, and 7 runners left on base so far tonight for Rocky Mountain, who have hit double digits in the score column as Booth launches that foul down the first base line. The Vibes hit double digits in the run column for the 9th time in 11 games. 1-2 on the way from the right-hander Velasquez. That one skips off Jackson's shin protector all the way to the backstop. And 90 feet for Kieber and Garcia, who both move into scoring position. Takes the double play out of order with 1 away here in the 6th. Velasquez yanks one, misses away, and runs the count full. Payoff pitch from the right-hander. Up and in for ball 4. Booth bends out of the way of the fastball. And the base is loaded here in the top half of inning number 6 for Kellum Clark. As the Owls trying to walk the tightrope and get out of danger here in the top half of inning number 6. Kellum Clark trying to extend the Northern Colorado misery. First pitch fastball from Velasquez misses up and away to Clark. 1 for 2 with an RBI, a sac fly, a double, and a walk for the Vibe designated hitter. And Clark will drive this to straightaway center field. Jackson a look, and that's over the fence and gone. Kellum Clark swats a grand slam to straightaway center field, and the Vibes take advantage of the walk and the error in the grandest of styles and lead 15-1. The Vibes with their second grand slam of the season. And that will bring up Will Butcher with 1 away and the bases empty. Butcher today 2 for 3, double, a single, and oh, that was power on power there. Velasquez reaching back for something extra on the fastball. Butcher trying to send a ball back down the I-25 corridor. 0-1 on the way. And Butcher will pop this up on the right side of the infield, shallow right field. A long run, Fabian calls it in foul territory and makes the catch for out number 2.
Now batting the third baseman, Dane Toffland.
And that will bring up the third baseman, Dane Toffland. Toffland 2 for 4 on the ball game.
Oh, well, awesome. That's what just played.
3 for 6 with a walk and a hit by pitch across the doubleheader. takes ball one. Velasquez skips that one in, down and away for ball one. The Owls back-to-back doubleheaders this weekend. They were supposed to do that last weekend. Rain got the better of that. As a ground ball, Fabian, good pick on the in-between hop on the backhand. He'll take it to first himself in time to retire the side. 4 runs on 2 hits, 1 error, and nobody left on base. The Vibes open it up further. It's 15-1 headed to the bottom of the 6th. Matt Fabian will lead off the bottom of the 6th. For the Owls, a new arm for Rocky Mountain as Craig Scherer goes 5 innings, leaves the Vibes in about the best position you can ask for, up 15-1 as the right-hander Kerry Wright will take over on the hill for Les Lancaster and the Vibes. First pitch misses low and in to Fabian for ball 1. 3rd appearance of the year for Wright. Comes in 1-0 with a 3 earned run average across 3 innings pitched. He's allowed 4 walks, but struck out 4 as well, as Fabian will hunt and loft this into left field for a base hit to start off the bottom half of the inning. As that'll bring up Marquise Jackson. Right, 24 years of age. Signed by the Vibes about a couple months before the regular season in early February. Was in the MLB Draft League last year. And he gets Marquise Jackson to swing and miss at strike 1. Last time out for Wright was on May 24th. He authored 2 scoreless innings while walking 3 and striking out 3. Misses down and in, evens the count to Jackson, who's 0 for 1 with a fielder's choice. Wright selected in the 2018 MLB draft by the Rays. Elected to go play college ball instead at Louisville and Houston. Falls behind Jackson here, 2-1. Marquise steps in. He entered the game as a defensive replacement for Draylon Holmes. Watch out. Bends out of the way and takes ball 3. Well, the Owls will play Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday in Billings. They are off on Friday, as Daler Field already had an event, and they will play a doubleheader on Saturday. So the twin bill opportunities just keep coming for the Navy and Gold, As Jackson works the 5-pitch walk, runners at first and second with nobody out for Gordon Richardson.
Now batting, number 7, Gordon Richardson.
Richardson, 2/3 of the way to the true outcome trifecta. Walked in the second and struck out looking in the fourth. And here he'll bloop one into shallow left center field. Falls on 2 hops in front of Booth. They're going to try and send the runner home. And there's no throw. It's an RBI single for Richardson. And the journey of 1,000 steps starts with a base hit to left center field. The Owls down 15-2. And TJ McKenzie will stride to the dish. We were talking in between innings up here in the broadcast booth. We have seen stranger things in this league. McKenzie 1 for 2 with a base hit, a walk, and a ground out on the resume here, trying to hang back. Still waves and misses at the off speed. And here, game 2 of the doubleheader today. Been out here since about 11:30 this morning. Did much the same yesterday, and well, big credit to everybody on staff for getting City Park ready to go and got the speakers temporarily up. And got everyone in place. Dalton running the camera, Lane on production, making sure it all looks and sounds good here in the booth. It's a long couple days. Well, let me tell you again, it was a 10-hour day yesterday for everybody. We're going to be thrilled, lucky if we can hit 8 or 9 and be done today, but it's been a Herculean effort to get everything ready to go, and happy that we could get you these 2 games today after having just the audio available last night. A big thank you for everybody who's hopped in and stuck around throughout the day today on the YouTube stream. 2-2 the count from right to McKenzie. And TJ lifts that one foul down the first base side. He'll stay alive to see another pitch. The final line on Craig Scherer on the mound, in line for the win. 5 innings pitched, allows 7 hits, just 1 earned run, 2 walks, and 5 Ks for the Southpaw, looking to join Anthony Imhoff as the first multi-game winners on the Vibe staff. McKenzie, slow roller to second. Garcia, the flip to Kieber, and that is textbook, 4-6-3 on the twin killing. Kyle Jenkins will stand in with 2 away and a runner on third, and that will short circuit in quick order what the Owls were hoping for, a very, very crooked number here in this 6th inning. First pitch from right, misses north of the zone for ball 1 to Jenkins, who's 1 for 3 today with a base hit. Jenkins here knocks that foul straight back. Owls trying to add a little bit more here in the 6th, plating their first run since the first inning. Jenkins takes ball 2 up and away thanks to the Gordon Richardson RBI base hit into left center field. Jenkins starting at third base. Had the first game of the doubleheader off as he tanks low for ball 3. And the first game of the doubleheader off was the DH yesterday for the Owls. Wright gets the sign from Jones. Kicks on 3-1. Jenkins a healthy swing. Couldn't connect, and that will run the count full. Right, the payoff pitch. Rings up Jenkins on the inside corner. He's none too fond of it, and the side retired in the 6th. The Owls scrape across a run on 2 hits. No errors, and they leave a runner on base. Will head to the top of the 7th. The Vibes with a 15-2 lead over Northern Colorado. Top of the 7th, the new pitcher for the Owls is Dimitri Young called to the bullpen. Right-hander J.C. Coronado will take over for the Pinstripes. J.C. making his first appearance of the year, the 23-year-old from Laredo, Texas. Now, bookend the start by his twin brother Roberto. First pitch from J.C. drops into Wilmer for strike 1. Coronado his second stint with the Owls here in the Pioneer League. 7 games with Northern Colorado in 2023. A 1 on the way from JC, misses outside to Wilmer for ball 1. The Vibe left fielder 1 for 4 with a 3-run home run, his first of the season. In the second inning, watch out. Fastball up and in. Wilmer dances out of the way. Not comfortable to feel mid-90s heat up near your eyes in any context, let alone this one here in the top of the 7th. JC, a 4-pitch mix, a 2-seam fastball, a changeup, a slider, and a cutter for the right-hander. Misses north of the zone and falls behind Wilmer 3-1. Ryan Velasquez throws the 6th inning, allowed 2 hits, 3 earned runs, 1 walk, and 1 strikeout. The grand slam from Kellum Clark, the big blow against the right-hander as Wilmer grounds this foul towards the Vibe bullpen. Ooh, they've got some action down there. It looks like a left-hander is throwing. Could be White, Strack, or Powers, who we have not seen across the weekend yet. Payoff pitch from J.C. Coronado to the switch-hitting Wilmer. Swung on and missed for strike three. Blows the express past Wilmer. One up, one down here in the top half of the inning. As the Owls pitching staff recording their 7th strikeout of the afternoon. And that will bring up Sam Linscott with one away and the bases empty. Coronado misses down and away to Linscott for ball one, who examines the movement and the arsenal from the 23-year-old. Linscott 1 for 3 today. Takes a healthy fastball for strike one. Linscott has in fact hit for the true outcome trifecta. Homered in the second, walked in the third, and struck out in the fifth. Everything else he can add to the line score is just gravy for him. Coronado deals and fires, and Linscott will bash his second hit of the ball game back up the middle into center field. And for the Vibes, their 12th hit of the ball game is Garrett Kieber set to stand in. Kieber 2 for 3 today, a couple of doubles, couple of RBIs for the Vibe shortstop. Both times on his doubles, he's gone to the right center field gap. Again, he's a good opposite field hitter. That's where most of his power is as well. First pitch from Coronado, a fastball in for strike one. JC gets the sign from Jackson behind the plate and deals. Kieber lifts a fly ball to right field down towards the Vibe bullpen. That is a long run for Slight. And gave it the good old college try as it bounces beyond the fence out of play. Kieber has had quite the day at the dish. The 2 doubles and 2 RBIs in game 2, an RBI base hit in game 1. Had 4 RBIs across the 2 games yesterday as Coronado yanks a wild pitch to the backstop, and Linscott will jog into second. As the Rocky Mountain Vibes set to move a full 2 games clear of the second place Chuckers, barring something positively insane. The thing is I can't say I haven't seen it before. 13 is a healthy margin. As Kieber hacks and misses, he's down on strikes for the second out of the inning. Coronado gets his second K. Would have been 2023. The Owls had a 20-11 lead going into the bottom of the 9th in Grand Junction. They'd actually added insurance in the top of the 9th. Abdel Guadalupe hit for the cycle. And then the Grand Junction Jackalopes turned around and scored 11 to walk it off 22-20. It was a Joe Johnson 3-run home run. Certifiably probably the wackiest baseball game I've seen. Tristan Garcia sets for the 0-1. Coronado gets some help on the outside edge and gets ahead of Garcia. Garcia 0 for 3 with a hit by pitch, reached base on an E5 in the 6th inning and came around to score. It's Coronado trying to work around the 1-out single. The 0-2 on the way. Garcia fouls that off straight back. He'll stay alive and see another pitch. The 17th incoming for JC. last year, the Owls and Vibes, no, 2 years ago, we were talking about this before the season. 2 years ago, the Owls and the Vibes played in a game that was tied at, was it 18 after 5 innings? And then the rest of the way, the Owls scored 1 run, and that was enough. Coronado strides, misses up and away with the fastball. 1-2 the count to Garcia. Again, you will see some crazy things in the PBL. That's why the experience limits are not as strict for pitching here in this developmental league as a partner league with Major League Baseball. It takes pitchers a little bit more time to develop. As Coronado unloads a fastball, Garcia hangs with it and fouls it off again. Pitchers are allowed an extra year of experience compared to their batting counterparts, which is why you have guys like Trey Morrell in the Vibes bullpen with their 3rd year of pro experience in the PBL that are still pitching as Coronado tries to catch the inside corner. Doesn't get the call, and the count even to Garcia, 2-2. He's got to readjust the lid. I think the red Orem Owls throwback hat is the only one I don't have in the collection. I mean, it is year 4, so I've got time to add that to the bookshelf in the office at home. 2-2. Garcia will serve this over the leap of McKenzie and into shallow left field. And holding at third is Linscott. Runners at the corners and 2 away. For the Vibe catcher, Otto Jones, the 9-hole hitter. 1 for 3 with a double. A walk and 2 strikeouts on the resume for the rookie. Coronado trying to pitch a scoreless top half of the 7th inning. His first appearance of the year for JC. Gets the fastball in to Jones for strike 1. The rookie had his first professional hit back in the 2nd inning. A double down the line. Good on everybody to make sure Jones got the ball and the keepsake as he takes north of the zone for ball 1. Slight, Moody, and Jackson, the heart of the Owl order, due up in the bottom half of the 7th inning. As Jones fouls it straight back. 1-1 the count from JC. It's Northern Colorado trying to get the last out here on the top half of this 7th inning. So the sun setting in earnest here this evening in Fort Collins. Front door breaking ball misses low for ball 2. Haven't needed the lights to come on quite yet. Yesterday with the rain and the clouds, had to turn those on before game 1, or before game 2 started rather. Didn't have a ton of natural light as Coronado misses down and away to run the count full to Jones, with Carter Booth waiting in the on-deck circle. It's another beautiful night for baseball here in Fort Collins. Coronado sets and deals the payoff pitch, and Jones will lace that foul over the Vibe bullpen. Now to play it down the right field line. Jones standing in, looking for his first multi-hit game as a pro. The payoff pitch once more from Coronado. misses low and in for ball 4. Jones works the 7-pitch walk, and the bases are loaded. The lineup card will turn over for Carter Booth.
Now batting, center fielder Carter Booth.
Booth does not have a hit today in 5 plate appearances. He has been hit today in 5 plate appearances. And a pinch runner coming in for Booth. So, trying to see who that is that's pinch running over there at first base. Still hasn't turned to see the number over there on the bag. Looks like it's Trey Morrell. I thought I recognized that tall drink of water standing on the first base bag. Booth, 2 walks and a hit by pitch to go with a couple of groundouts this evening. And first ball lined and caught by Fabian at first, and that will retire the side in the 7th. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, and the bases left loaded by the Vibes. We'll head to the bottom of the 7th. The Owls looking to come back down 15-2. Bottom of the 7th inning, a new pitcher on for the Vibes as the southpaw Caleb Strack will make his first appearance of the weekend as right fielder Evan Slight will lead it off for Northern Colorado. 2 for 3 on the ball game for Slight. And he'll foul off the first pitch for strike 1 over into the parking lot on the third base side. Strack, 24 years of age, making his 3rd appearance of the year, has not pitched in over a week since May 22nd. A 1 on the way, swung on and missed by Slight for strike 2. Strack, a rookie from Natchez, Mississippi. Played his college ball at Winona State and then Iowa in the Big Ten. As Slight rolls this to first, scooped up by Butcher, he'll take it to the bag himself for out number 1. I tell you, I don't know. I understand the historical legacy and the marketing behind it. The Big Ten is not the Big Ten. It's like the Big 17. Oh, is it 18 teams now? Like, my thing is, the SEC is a behemoth. And they have like 17 teams, and they seem hell-bent on destroying college football. But at least they don't have the number of teams in their conference name that's incorrect. Moody takes ball 1 up and away. That's the college sports realignment soapbox that you didn't ask for, you didn't come for, but you got anyway. Moody 1 for 3 with an RBI double in the ball game tonight. In the driver's seat, 2-0, and now 3-0 as Strack misses at the bottom of the zone. Kai's the guy that'll have the green light here on 3-0. Elects not to use it, and he'll take a fastball on the outside edge for strike one. The Owls staring down the barrel of back-to-back doubleheader sweeps at the hands of the Rocky Mountain Vibes as Moody draws the 5-pitch walk, and Manny Jackson will stand in as Kai has to shed all the gear and jog down to first base. Have to say, as far as walk-up songs go, Manny Jackson at the moment, in my opinion anyway, the team leader in that category. Very smooth. Up and away for ball one. I still loved the fact that last year, for a time, Dave Matthews had his walk-up song was a song by the Dave Matthews Band. 1-1 as Jackson cuts and misses. And we have a little tradition, I suppose, after 4 years here at the Owls, or 3 and counting. The guys that don't return for the next year, whether they sign or in affiliated ball or out of eligibility, what have you, if we like the walk-up song, we add it to the pregame mix, and we play in the ballpark. Yeah, we got to get Abdel Guadalupe's walk-up song in there as well. 1-2, the count to Jackson, who flies that foul over towards the concession stand, and it's Braylon Jones on the move in the parking lot for the foul ball through 5 very good innings for the Owls in game 1 today of the Twin Bill. Recovered after a rough first and threw 4 scoreless after that as Jackson hacks and misses at the fastball. First strikeout of the outing for Caleb Strack, and Northern Colorado down to their final out. Quint Landis will stand in. 1 for 3, a base hit, a line out, and a ground out. He's made solid contact in all 3 plate appearances this evening. Strack gets ahead of Landis. Landis, a line drive sinking into right field. It'll fall on a hop in front of Lynn Scott. It's a base hit. And the Owls forestall their fate, another batter, as Matt Fabian will stand in with 2 on and 2 away. Fabian in the ball game, 1 for 2 with a base hit and a hit by pitch. Fabian takes the first pitch strike from Caleb Strack, trying to finish it off here tonight for the Vibes, who are looking for their 10th win in 11 games at Northern Colorado's expense. That one misses outside in the left-handed batter's box. Evens the count to Fabian. Matt still looking for that power to show up. Knocks one foul over the rail on the first base side and out of play. Fabian was a over 300 hitter in college in 450 at bats. A good eye at the plate from the first-year pro as he takes down and in. Evens the count at 2-2. Strack kicks and deals down and away, and Fabian works the count full with Marquise Jackson waiting in the on-deck circle. Payoff pitch on the way from Strack to Fabian. Runners on the move. Fabian swings and misses, and that is the ball game here tonight in Fort Collins. The Rocky Mountain Vibes finish off the 4-game sweep. They finish with 15 runs on 13 hits, no errors. They leave 10 runners on base. Craig Scherer gets the win. He improves to 2-0 as the Vibes overall improve to 10-1. For the Northern Colorado Owls, another tough one in the loss column. They finish with 2 runs on 10 hits. They commit 2 errors, and the Owls stranding 11 runners on base. Roberto Coronado gets tagged with the loss. He falls to 0-2, and the Owls on the year drop to 1-10 overall. Time of game tonight, 2 hours and 26 minutes as the Owls get swept on the Saturday doubleheader. Northern Colorado back in action Tuesday night in Billings. First pitch at 6:35 Mountain Time. You can catch the action on FloSports. A big thank you to everyone for tuning in this weekend. On behalf of Dalton on camera and Lane on production, Brendan Price signing off this evening at City Park in Fort Collins. The 15-2 final score and a win for the Vibes.